I I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. They're not online. I think they they didn't realize that my time zone is Eastern Standard Time, so it's later for them than it is for me, I'm guessing. So I think they fell asleep before before the stream scheduling. Yeah, they're fucking uh not not online. Okay, okay, the interview will still happen. They're just not home yet. So 15 minutes. Dude, no, don't panic. The I don't even think anyone's watching this. Um, the singular person who is watching right now, don't panic. They will be here in 15 minutes. I don't know what I'm gonna do in the meantime. I can't talk to myself for that long. I can't talk to myself for that long, but I can talk about something for that long. Let me just find an artwork that I made that I can announce, that I can analyze for 15 minutes. Okay, guys, this is my DeviantArt page. Look at all those pretty drawings. Have you seen my snail creature yet? Indian cobra, dogfish, giant African land snail looking ass bitch. Fucking look at their scars. I mean, they're cool. I actually made their facial scars even bigger, but I think that's more like a side effect of the increased cartooniness. I might need to make a new reference sheet for Arniola. Um, hello. Hello, people in the chat. I'm just showing artwork that I have on DeviantArt while we wait for a show. Um, they said that they'll be in like about 15 minutes. Let me double check. Yeah, so about 10 or so minutes until the interviews should start. Might take a little longer than that. Hey, I didn't realize that my PNG was buried um, underneath the window capture. I'm turning up the fan for my computer. It's really hot in my room. It's not okay. I remember when I was in Chargito, that place fucking sucked. One word of advice, never join a DeviantArt roleplay group. That's just facts. Um, they all suck. It doesn't matter which one you join, all DeviantArt groups suck. They just do. Uh, the people can be nice and it'll still suck. It's just facts. Hmm. I can't think about things to talk about. Strings gonna happen soon. But I'm just sending it to some of my friends that are online now right now. Link to the stream. like I said earlier, we're just waiting for Shou to get home and so I can ask them questions. The singular person who is still watching right now, I am talking to you. If you exist and are not just me having it open. Do, 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 do. 5 minutes. About 5 minutes away. I'm sorry. Hi. Thank you for existing and giving me some amount of engagement. Um it'll I'll talk a lot more once I get to start the call and stuff because I have a bunch of questions that I have to ask them and stuff. So, what's your favorite animal? I mean, I really like sea slugs and snails, um, mollusks, and obviously, as you can tell by my persona, skunks are also really cool. Boars? Oh, I think boars are really cool too. One of the characters in the fanfic that I'm making, the Madoka Magica AU that I have some videos about over already. I've just been kind of neglecting it a little bit because it's a joint AU with a friend and he's not been talking to me about it very often. Which, you know, it, it sucks a little bit, but also he generally doesn't have a lot of energy, so it's to be expected. But yeah, boars are really cool. Wild pigs are really cool. I'm really glad that I've been starting to be able to like see more non-traditional anthro furries and stuff because before I could never imagine like seeing. Okay, cool, they're here. Let's start. Wait, wait. I need to fix something. Streamer mode. Alright, I should be able to hear you now. Should I? Wait. Settings. Hello? I can't hear you for some reason. I don't know why. Can you try speaking again? No? I know you're talking. Um, welcome to the worst stream on earth. Hmm, what the hell's going on? We're facing the same. Okay, I I really don't know what the fuck is wrong with my audio. Okay. Well, I can hear other Discord sounds and I, s- I s- output settings on Discord. Make sure it's set to right. It is though. Wait. I know it's wrong. Okay, there, I fixed it. Fuck.
So now you can hear me.
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, great, fantastic. So was the issue the output settings or some shit?
Um, the issue is that I thought I had the right settings, but the Discord setting was like My Discord setting was the headphones version, and then I was on the headset version so that I could record better.
Yep.
I
Yep. That
fucking
happens a
hate
lot because Discord loves to be absolutely shit.
It's actually not a
Um
Discord thing. It's actually an issue with Bluetooth.
yeah, but like the encoder. When
Something.
you're switching to Discord or something, it does like switch your output or something. Because like for me, sometimes if I put it on default or whatever, it's not gonna go to the default, and I have to manually select the one that I'm using.
Okay,
So
okay. Um, a few, just a few things before I start asking you questions. Do are you just like to
Roger.
make it clear that you do not need to answer any questions that you don't want to answer, at all?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay, cool. So could you tell the audience about what exactly you do first? Because since my channel is not familiar with your work.
Hi there. Well, for starters, I'm kind of a jack of all trades artist. I dabble in pretty much almost anything and everything I can get my grubby little hands on, and that does include physical crafting. Um, all around kind of chaotic, and I just don't have a theme, and maybe that's why the algorithm hates me, but that's okay. We fight the system.
Yeah, like how I've been fighting technology issues this entire week.
Me fucking like the best way to describe me is the rotating Tuesday. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's fucking
Yeah,
go.
that's me for real, dog. Cause like I'm literally just a creature, and I identify as the void under your bed that occasionally comes out and steals all your snacks.
Stop eating my
I use
snacks.
I usually use they them pronouns or neos if you feel fancy about that.
Are you an
But
it's user?
if somebody wants to call me that, I'd be like, okay. But like mostly Zay, Zir, Zem. But like it really doesn't matter to me ultimately. If somebody just chooses to perceive me, no, you do not. I'm illusion. I'm an illusion. I don't exist.
Yeah, me
That's my
neither.
entire vibe. Gender is just fucking fake in general. Like it's not existent to me in any regard. So I we're creatures, man. That's really it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
yeah, Shou Tuzi. I run Skull Hair Studios, and I'm about as unhinged as one may predict, or maybe not, because I will bite my friends on the arm. Will
Um,
not comment
I
on that one.
I think I'm more unhinged than you are, actually.
No, like literally, yes. I'm not even gonna debate that one, Chief. I said I'm about as unhinged as one would expect, or maybe a little more than that, because usually people think I'm chill and cool and intimidating, and you actually get to know me, and you're like, oh shit, gremlin.
Actually, yeah, that's actually my experience getting to know you. It's just like, oh
No,
yeah,
literally.
look at this cool person who has an interesting art style. Oh, they're actually kind of messed up, actually.
Yo, this one's kind of fucked up.
Can I return you?
No,
Make it a refund.
no.
Okay, so first,
Like most Asian stores, no refund.
okay, so what first got you into doing animation yourself?
Spite.
Spite.
Okay, serious answer to that though. I've always been fascinated with like just art in general. Like I kind of started with specifically like illustration and stuff because I just like to draw. People saw that I like drawing, and they were like, "Wow, you're actually pretty talented. You're pretty good." That made me feel good. So I kind of just started drawing more. Then people told me, "You can't draw as a living." And I said, "Bet, watch." And we're here now. and I
I'm
was like, someone said I couldn't animate, or like someone was just so nasty to me, but they were like in a degree for animation and stuff, and I said, bet, okay, watch. And yeah, we're here now.
love that for you. Honestly, I feel like the only reason why I started animating was that I was like 11. I had no friends. I had too much free time, and I figured out about this website called Tunator, and my life has never been the same since.
Yeah, I don't like animating on the computer that much, cuz like the thing is I was very I'm a big texture person, and ever since I was like younger and I've tried to like use programs like Flash or something, I never had the patience to learn it. So actually how I actually learned animation is I was in a pre-college program for animation stuff, and during those 2 weeks we got to use like the light boxes. So I immediately was able to jump right into it with the mindset and everything of using like pencil and paper, and it just felt really really nice. And like I picked up things along the years of just watching other people and watching things, or just picking up naturally, because I've always been like a passive observer type, and I just kind of absorb information like a fucking blob. And yeah, so I got more comfortable learning the principles of animation that way, so when I actually do animation now on the computer, I take a very, very, like, technical, old-fashioned, traditional, like, approach, because that's actually what I'm more comfortable with. I I can't do all that fancy schmancy rig stuff. It scares me.
It scares me too. I find that actually kind of pretty interesting because I've never used a light box before, but I was a huge flip book kid. Like I would take all of my notebooks and I would doodle on the edges of the bottom of the page, and I would draw animations on the bottom of the page um,
Oh
of
my
all of my
fucking god.
notebooks, and I would
Yo, I
flip
used
through
to do that shit. Oh
it.
my god.
Yeah,
For real.
and also part of the reason why I got into Tunator is because there was there was only one frame rate. It was 8 frames per second. There was only two colors, red and black, and that was all you had to do to make animations. And I just spent all my time on that site using my computer mouse, drawing all day, day out, day in, like crazy. So next question. What motivates you to create your work?
Oh my fucking god. Where do I even start with that one? Uh, a lot, honestly. See, the thing is, I joke about the spite part, but really it really does come from the fact that I don't see the stuff that I like in media. It's always kind of the same thing or
Hmm.
feels dull. Like I ask a lot of questions when it comes to consuming media. I remember one of my first thoughts upon seeing Mario and Bowser, and that Bowser was quote unquote a bad guy. I distinctly remembering thinking, what if Bowser was the good guy in his story and Mario was the villain in his? And then that started changing my thinking a lot. So I started looking more into like specific constructs of writing, because I've always been a writer.
Hmm.
My teachers always said that I have a lot of style, but not enough structure, and that's always been a consistent thing. So I started picking up more esoteric fiction, or just in general stuff that was so out there and weird and unique that it started shaping my worldview of what constitutes as a good story and good storytelling to more of a wide view, because a lot of I've started to notice a lot of typical structures we see like nowadays, especially like the same repeated recycled stuff is really, really based in Judeo-Christian values to please the crowd, which
Absolutely.
isn't necessarily like horrible or bad, but like it's specifically used for monetary gain in the US, especially, and that's my main issue.
Yeah,
Um
kind of like what you said earlier about consuming artwork. I was just kind of like I've talked about it before with the whole when I was crazy, and then I was talking about how I wanted to abolish the copyright system.
oh my fucking god, dude. Not the unhinged copyright system shit again.
Hey, all of my content is Creative Commons for a fucking reason.
Yeah, but like you were searching for the word of public domain for so fucking long. That was hilarious. I'm never
Yeah.
gonna get over that. But yeah, so a lot of stories that I consume, I've started noticing and picking up the same patterns, and I'm like, this isn't really that interesting to me. Then I found a French animation, foreign indie films, and I started watching those, and I thought it was so interesting to me that they took an entirely different view. They're bittersweet. There are no happy endings, but life moves on, and that got me really thinking. And I really, really liked, for example, Triplets of Belleville or The Illusionist by Sylvain Chomet, and a lot of those stories like don't have a concrete end. It's very open-ended. You can see the story continuing, and you can see these people living their lives, and that's something I really, really enjoyed. That you feel so immersed in the atmosphere and like how these characters act. Like there is so much character in the way they're animated because you don't need dialogue. They don't have really a single line of dialogue. Maybe one, like they have one or two lines in the entire movie, and that's really, really interesting to me. And that's what started changing my view of like stories and what I like. And then obviously when I was younger in middle school, I started learning more about like, you know, LGBTQ, that kind of thing, and discovering myself, and then realizing that there's not a lot of stories for people like me. And if I really like, if I was older and somebody else was kind of in my place, I think I would want someone to see a story that tells them, yeah, stuff kind of sucks, but shit's gonna get better, you know? And I've always kind of held that core value, even no matter how dire, paranoid, hopeless I get, I know things will get better. Just don't know when that tomorrow comes, you know? So a lot of my stories kind of focus a lot on really, really demonize mental health issues or um, identity, like stuff that revolves around identity and personal interpretations of gender, sex, identity, whatever. That's the thing that not a lot of stories focus on, even the ones that we see that are LGBTQ. That's okay. Marginalized creations by marginalized creators, that's fine, you know, they can write whatever the fuck they want. But personally, to me, I just like a little bit more nuance and gray areas in my writing. So I typically have like even characters with like conflicting political views or conflicting views on identity, but they still talk about it and explore it themselves, like finding who they are and finding a sense of peace, which comes a lot from my religious and spiritual practices of being a Buddhist Taoist and just rolling with the tides of life.
Yeah, that's truly important, I think, for me to hear because, like, I see a lot of people these days being very, like unreasonably angry and defensive about people who maybe don't have the most nice ideas about personal freedoms. When, like, even me myself, I've kind of been in the position where I was against my own human rights because of radicalization.
Yep, pretty much. And like again, marginalized creators also, especially online, get so much more slack thrown at them than people who aren't, unfortunately. Like, oh god, I'm gonna bring this up a little bit, but the Primos shit on fucking Twitter blew up so badly because, it's about the Latin American experience, that kind of thing, that it springboarded back from activism to straight up anti Semitism. And I was like, what is going on here?
Oh yeah,
What the heck?
for a little
It
bit of
was so bad.
perspective from me and actually Latino person, if you ever get involved with more than one kind of Latino person, um, we're kind of always trying to be. We're kind of always arguing with each other over who's the more authentic um,
I
Latino,
think that's
essentially.
anyone. I think that's honestly anyone at this point because I've heard black people argue like who's more black and who's whitewashed, that kind of
Yeah,
thing. I've heard the same
there's
thing come
been
from my
like
family.
people in Africa will be like, "Oh, African Americans, they're like, their culture is messed up," and it's so
Yeah, no,
ridiculous.
literally.
Europeans are the worst, though.
Yeah, but like I have to also specify sometimes a lot of the time because I had a really, really good instructor that tried to teach us to like talk not in absolutes specifically because again, there's a wider world out there and we do live in the US. And so like whenever I'm specifying talking about something with nuance, I have to specify from the view of the US, shit sucks here. I don't know how it is for you over there, but it's probably better. Like we can talk more about like how certain countries view religion, identity, that kind of thing, and it becomes a very interesting conversation when you actually take the time to learn and listen to other people instead of straight out attacking them and saying, oh, you're transphobic. Oh, you're whatever phobic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, since we're kind of on this kind of discussion of like listening to, of like reading stuff from other perspectives and stuff, and also you
Mm.
mentioned spirituality, religion, that kind of things. Have you read Things Fall Apart? I think for me, just some details that I read from the story, especially one part about um, I'm probably not going to describe this properly, but the story takes place in a specific place in Africa, and there's a specific kind of spiritual um, ideas, and there was this kind of like thing about like having like a personal god essentially, like
Mm.
if you work hard, then fortune is more likely to come to you. It's not like a guarantee, but like if you work hard, your god is stronger, kind of thing that I saw in
That's
while
actually
reading in the
really
book.
interesting.
And I was kind of like, hey, yeah, I'll put that into my belief system.
Interesting. I like that because that's actually really similar to the beliefs I hold. I'll get into that a little later, but no, I have not read that story, but that's actually really, really interesting.
Yeah,
Um,
so another interesting thing is that Things Fall Apart, the title, is based on a quote in Heart of Darkness, which is
hmm,
an older story, which I hate because I feel like it's racist. But it was also made like way when, so it was better representation for people like me at that time. So that's another thing, you know.
somebody just sent a picture of the fucking floating Tuzi head, pointing a gun at my goddamn Sona.
Who made that so quickly?
Yeah, no, for real, dog, because that really is the vibe right now. Um, but yeah, no, like we have very, very interesting stories. Like, God, I'm like, because if we're going into spirituality and like core beliefs, I can expand on that only if you want me to.
Yeah, I have questions where I ask you about it later on, if you're okay with
Hmm.
talking about it.
I'm totally good for it. I again, not a lot of people know this about me, but it's not a secret that I'm both religious and spiritual. But I hold my beliefs very firmly, and I don't let anyone sway me. But I am respectful of other people's beliefs. If they tell me they're Christian, cool, good for you. They tell me they don't believe in a God, they believe there's a higher power out there, cool, awesome. I believe in my gods. That's all that matters. If you come to me and say, no, you're wrong, you cannot believe in that because that doesn't make any sense, then I'd be like, okay, but that's not what I feel, so you don't get to tell me how I feel.
Yeah,
Cool.
I kind of find it funny how like a lot of anti-theist people will be like, "Oh, it's wrong for people to think about these things because it's wrong," and then I was just like, "Okay, but you like if people live in a quote unquote lie, which I don't think it is because it's just like there's no objective reality for one, but like it doesn't hurt anyone." So I'm like, so why would you stop them? And then like people often use like delusions as an excuse, but I feel like a major thing that a lot of people who haven't been in like a severely mentally ill situation like I have is that they don't realize that the main issue with delusions is that delusions make you fear for your safety. They make you scared. They make you afraid. They make you vulnerable. And a lot of religious beliefs don't do that in reality, except for maybe quite a few doomer Christians. I'm gonna call them
I was
doomer
about to
Christians.
say, are you just describing cults at that point? Because that's what they do, you know? But that's a different fucking thing.
Yeah,
Because,
but
like,
like,
again, what I believe is fine. You know, I believe in the supernatural. I believe in like multiverses and stuff. Like, uh, the scene from Men in Black with the aliens playing marbles with multiple galaxies upon galaxies. Okay, sure, I believe that kind of stuff. I don't really care. You know, like I believe what I believe and I choose to believe, but other people don't get to dictate what I believe and I don't get to dictate what others believe. And that's how I think of like everything in my kind of system. I don't specifically label myself one path. I do say I'm Buddhist Taoist, but really it's so loosey goosey that it's just kind of there.
yeah, if
I'm
I were
not
to,
part of an organized religion. That's the thing. I'm not part of an organized religion. I
um,
just have my own beliefs.
the way that I describe my beliefs is that I would just say I have a personal religion. You're not going to find any information on it except for me.
That's actually a fair way to go about it.
Yeah,
Like honestly,
I
I
literally
just,
have my own symbols and stuff, and I put it in my art sometimes, and I have not explained any of it to anyone.
I just explain mine off as eclectic because you know there's also eclectic witchcraft and stuff which combines a lot of different things and you know making your own willpower and manifestations. And yeah, I am a witch too, but shocker. Um, you know, I've had people diss my shit before, and I'm like, cool story, bro.
All right, so back to art related stuff. What are some of the
Yup.
projects that you're currently working on?
Yippee! I get to talk about my steampunk hyperfixation. Tally Ho is an animated steampunk, dark fantasy esque pilot thing. And it's coming out soon. Not this year though, because I am pretty much directing and scheduling everything myself, and I had a hospital visit earlier this year, so I'm not doing good.
Tuzi
Smiles.
died, but it's okay because I resurrected them.
It's okay. I performed the I lived bitch before I
Tuzi cast
died
the
to
spell
perform it
of
again.
I lived bitch times 40.
You want to know the worst timing for my hospital visit? I literally was 3 weeks away from like finishing classes, so I was right in the midst of finals in
Yep.
art school. So like literally when I got back, I also had to take 2 weeks off to fully recover, and then the last week, yeah, like I basically turned in my finals and shit. But like question mark, I also got no information on my finals because none of my teachers bothered to fucking reply or explain anything to me. So that was lovely. That was wonderful. I I love the education system.
I feel you, brother.
But yeah, besides that, I'm also working on a story with my character Arthur, and they're a reinterpretation of the legend of King Arthur, the Arthurian myth, and putting my own spin on it because I don't see a lot of Western stories Easternized. I see a lot of Eastern stories get Westernized, points directly at Monkey King, pointing directly at it. That one has been whitewashed half to death sometimes. But for me, like, I thought, you know what? Let's just take one of Britain's most well-known figures and let's make everybody fucking mad. Because I know people are gonna be like, well, King Arthur can't be that, and well, joke's on you.
King
Technically, they
Arthur
can
can't
because
be an
of the
Asian
story.
lesbian? What are you talking about? Too bad. He is.
But yeah, no, I also literally am kind of low key, high key baiting people because like, oh yeah, your character Arthur, he's kind of cool. You know, tell me more. Posts a picture and they realize he has boobs and they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yes. Their name is Arthur. They go by any pronoun. There was a reason why I didn't specifically say he, but I think that's funny."
People
Anyway,
people
and
will freak out whenever a trans mask doesn't chop off their boobs.
I I but like they don't care. If you call them like a slur or something, they'd be like, "Okay," and they'll kick you in the nuts. But they share they have actually a lot of conflicting philosophies and whatnot, and that's something I'll explore in their story. But they're also very focused on changing yourself as a person in late stages of life and overcoming um really, really deeply set trauma.
I
Specifically, they're a character with borderline personality disorder, which is often demonized in popular media and villainized too. And they struggle with that. They struggle with wanting the vulnerability and the closeness to people that they care about, but they simultaneously push everyone away and try to push down their own feelings and put other people before them, but they're very, very self destructive, even when the destruction is quote unquote healthy habits and not necessarily physical like alcohol, drugs, or anything. Because I learned also this
mental self-harm
self-destruction.
is a thing.
Yeah, no, you can literally deprive yourself of social interactions and that is still being self-destructive.
Exactly. Like
It's so fucking bad.
I literally the main conflict of the thing that I'm writing is that the main character is neglecting their social needs.
Yep. And
Um,
yeah, so Arthur kind of goes on that journey and
the
finds a
power of
magic sword.
friendship.
Uh, we'll see about that one, Chief. Um, More like the power of I'm going to kick your fucking white ass, motherfucker. Um, Literally. No, literally. And also beating the shit out of their abuser because that's always nice.
The power of minority anger.
No, for real, dog. But also power of anger for the people in general because they're very, very like, you didn't just hurt me, you hurt my family, you hurt everyone I care about. You are literally the most evil piece of shit. And the worst part, you think you're the good guy for it. You lie to yourself.
I'm Indigo Montoya. You killed my family. I'll take your life.
It's not like that. It's more like very much again, I have personal beliefs about things and again, I write about things that aren't typically seen because we do see manipulation methods that are like common, I guess, and then we see narcissism more in the grandiose type, but we don't necessarily see narcissism like introverted narcissism. You know what I mean?
Something that I personally feel like we don't see enough in media is the fact that not every abuser hates their victims.
No, literally. Because like that's kind of what I mean though, is like someone can still be abusing you and your well-being and being toxic to you even when they don't hate you because I have had to deal with so many people who were like I had to let go out of my life because they refused to change and I was moving on with my life.
You
Didn't
know,
mean they
like,
were a bad person, didn't mean that they hated me, but they just weren't a good fit for me, you know?
yeah, sometimes, like, sometimes to try and, like, disarm people, quote unquote, when I'm trying to, like, explain things, is that, like, be like, hey, um, I have a lot of toxic traits. I am aware of them. I am trying to work on them, and I have improved a lot before. Um, I used to be a very abusive person. I'd admit that outright. But I changed because I wanted to be a better person. You know, it's like I try
Yeah.
to make it clear there's no point of no return. You can always be a better person. Always.
Yeah, so I make that a good point in my story with like Arthur being actually 36 years old, which they don't act like it, but yeah, they're 36. Um like sorry, I got distracted for a second. um anyways, uh yeah, like yeah, Arthur's 36 years old. They went through a lot of trauma and abuse, not only through childhood, but mostly through adulthood. Bad girlfriends and all that, and just bad relationships that caused them to spiral into madness. And now they're kind of recovering from that. And they're just like really afraid of hurting somebody with the abuse they've suffered. So they're like, I never want my trauma to become the reason that someone else is traumatized again, that kind of thing. Like there is even somebody in their story that says, who's like, I'm glad you're getting better, but I don't ever want to see you again. And they accept that. They're like, yeah, that's fine. That's fair, man. You
Yeah,
know?
that's a thing that I want to include in my own story, where like a character is like, yeah, I'll absolutely never want you in my life ever again, and just have someone else point out like, hey, you don't need forgiveness to move on.
Yeah, and like it's just one of those things where I just try to write about things that aren't really seen. So with Arthur's story specifically, it is the theme of uh, your past does not define you as a person, but also you don't have to forgive, but you can move on. Like I
It's
can
not
forgive
about
somebody too
forgiveness,
and
it's
not.
about growth.
Yes, exactly. So it's literally about accepting yourself for both your flaws and the good of you and gaining confidence in that, having a balance. Because again, like the big theme in their story is very, very heavily based around the concept of the Tao. So, like, the way life goes through its ups and downs, and you just gotta roll with it. So a lot of it is also tempering their own emotions because again, they're really emotionally volatile, feeling nothing at all or everything at once due to having borderline. Uh, I've had that same experience and I've kind of chilled out now, but yeah, that's basically their thing is just dealing with that. So they have to kind of learn how to temper their emotions and that it's not a bad thing to just feel it out and stop bottling it all the time. And with that, they slowly learn that, they don't have to bottle shit that they're happy about either, like it just happens. And with Tallyho, it's a story mostly about identity and self growth through finding out more about your own beliefs, I guess, and following your own path instead of one that someone else has paved for you. It's a very personal story due to the fact that I am Asian, I'm Taiwanese specifically. I was put on this path of like, oh, you have to become doctor or whatever, you got to make money, you have to make your family proud, you have to make your ancestors proud. And just going off and doing my own thing now cuz I really don't want to. I just don't like I want to be myself and I want to be able to enjoy my interests without it being forced into something that isn't a hobby, because like that's what my parents
Yes,
did,
yes, that
specifically my father.
I feel that.
Yeah,
Oh god.
specifically my dad was like more or less like, oh, had an interest in robotics, cool, guess you're going into STEM, and it burned me out on the interest. You
Um,
like music, cool, forces you to play piano specifically, and I lost all the interest and patience because I would literally um have to hold up that expectation of being perfect at piano. Otherwise, I was nothing. So,
yeah, because I think this has to do with us being black, but my parents were very much a similar way, where it was like, um, and they said it outright to me because it's like you're going to have in this world you're going to have to work a lot harder than other people just to get by. You have to be exceptional. You need the A's. You need more than B's. You need to be a straight A student
no,
or it's not going to
literally.
cut it because the people will not give you a second chance because of the way that you look, because of who you look. And I know it's not fair, but it's the way that it is. And that's how my parents basically said it.
That's basically like model minority and stuff like that. My mother literally told me when I was younger, and it's always stuck with me that an Asian man would have to work twice as hard to be equal to a white man, but an Asian woman has to work 4 times as hard to be equal as a white man. Like, and that really stuck with me because it's true. If
Oh
I
man.
fail even a little bit, people call me dumb. I thought you were Asian, you were supposed to be smart, and that was something that always hit home for me. So I like explore a lot of like the cultural issues surrounding that with like my characters and stuff, and especially Adam is dealing like Adam, one of the protagonists of Tally Ho, is very much dealing with trying to find out what they want in life, but also I'm trying to put this into words. They're they're sure discovering how to be a stable person. They are very much spite fueled and all that, but they need to find something they're passionate about, but in a happy, good way. Not necessarily
Sometimes,
something.
this is gonna be a little. This is gonna not gonna make a lot of sense, but sometimes the easiest way to become a stable person is to be a wild animal.
No, for real, dog, because they just like turn into a cat sometimes and just ask for scritches. But like it's short term happiness and not something that's like a long term satisfaction, if that makes any sense for them. Um, and so yeah, it's basically about dealing with like specifically mental illness and discovering that and learning how to cope with it. With Tuzi's story, my mascot, they actually do have a story. It's a story of hope, ambition, and creation. No matter how many times someone tells you you can't do it, you will pull through. No matter how many people say you're a danger to yourself, you're an outcast. Prove them wrong. Just fucking do it. Who cares? You know? And that's just something I've kind of come to terms with at this point is that, like, a lot of people are probably going to think of me as a freak or an outcast or just very strange, and I'm okay with that. I am literally just a little eldritch creature in your walls, crawling
You're a
about
little
making art.
crazy, you're a little kooky, but that gives people brainworms, and they'll be really mad about that.
No, literally, because again, a lot of my it's really hard to like put my stories into words, but like because I'm very much a visual person and it makes more sense if I show it. But it's just basically like, yeah, a lot of my themes explore like identity. Again, they explore identity, um, growth, change, and being able to change and learn more about yourself at any given age. I have heard my stories being described as a quote unquote second coming of age at a later period of your life, which kind of does make sense because when you have PTSD and trauma that you've never processed, you sure do process it way later on, and it hits you like a truck, like, oh, no.
I find it kind of funny because even like when I was really young, I was like always processing what was happening around me. And it's kind of resulted in this weird thing where, like, whenever I get a little bit older, it feels like I've completely changed. Like, I've completely shed my former self. At like a random point in
Yeah,
time, I'll be like, what the fuck? I'm a different person.
that kind of was me for a while. Like the problem was I was under so much constant stress that I had to be the Atlas and protect my mother at like basically any cost, that kind of thing. I underwent a lot of stressful abuse that I won't really super get into, but a lot of verbal abuse, a lot of physical, whatever, just a lot of threats that made me have to work super fucking hard to just in general make sure shit doesn't blow up, make sure like somebody isn't getting super fucking mad and exploding and then having to deal with school and other things and juggling and balancing, and then at some point also having to juggle and balance the fact that my grandfather had cancer, which was an incredibly traumatic moment for me. um and then just never really getting a break. And I remember distinctly the first time I moved out of that house, I collapsed. I fucking 7 years of stress on my fucking body. I immediately collapsed and I couldn't move for 2 weeks because my
It's the
bones and my body just hurt.
it's like you're in constant survival, and
Exactly.
it's like your adrenaline's always pumping, and then when someone finally takes the weight off of your shoulders, it's crushing.
No, literally, because that's exactly what it is. Like being in autopilot mode, being in survival mode to fix problems, to always be the one that's holding everything together and having to not break and just be strong and just keep going. And it's basically you run and you run and you run. Even if you feel the exhaustion, you know you have to make that fucking mile. So you keep running until finally it's over and everything just hits at once and you're fucking out. You're gone, bitch. Dead. You wake up in like the ER all anime style, fucking 3 days later and
Like
they're
you
like, "Hey."
literally were happening to you. Like what was
That was
literally
basically what
happening.
was happening. I basically spent 2 weeks sleeping and not doing much else, and because all my fucking everything hurt. Every single joint in my body, my muscles,
You get a
everything hurt.
Midoriya.
I cannot stress that enough. Everything hurt. I couldn't move. I was just stuck.
Honestly, I'm surprised that you're able to be like here right now, like actually here, being able to do things like this right now, like survived. Because like
Yeah.
I've talked to you about my stuff, and like I don't. You definitely dealt with worse stuff, and maybe it's just because you had more time to like learn to cope with it, but it's surprising seeing someone who's been through more be more stable. And like it's the same with my dad. I think the reason that I was able to push through a lot of stuff is because I know my dad has been through worse, so I can get through this too.
See, that's not really the same with me. For me, it's fucking spite. I just want people who fucking hurt me to be able to not get away from my face and know what they did. That's my goal. I want them
That's
to feel the guilt
that's
of
what
the
my
years
dad
of
said to me.
yeah, yeah, so I'm surviving kind of out of spite, but also because, I want to live. I want to be alive and not just be surviving, the bare minimum. I want to be thriving. Good shit. I I'm also a lot of my personal values and wanting to create a legacy and a name for myself and being proud of myself is largely due to my grandfather, and his story inspired me a lot. He was so fucking poor when he was younger that he would cry if he even received a single egg in his lunchbox. He would only really eat white rice because it was a time of war and poverty and stuff. But like his family was really, really poor. But through a lot of like hard work and study and stuff, he was able to eat all the eggs he wanted, and it was his favorite food. And that's just something that really, really hit for me. I don't know why, but it just does.
My dad has he doesn't talk about things that often, but when I do hear about the things that my parents had to go through and stuff, it makes me really hard to like be mad. It's like, damn, I'm part of a family that is resilient, and I can't just not be.
Yeah, that's not really for me. I just live for the sake of, people and myself, but not necessarily out of resilience, but more like, fuck you, you can't keep a bad bitch down. Literally, it's like every
I'm a
single
bad
because my
bitch.
mom
You can't kill me.
yeah, no, literally, because my mom has always described me as having a rubber ball kind of mentality. The harder you push me, the more I fight back. And that's always how I've been, a very, very stubborn wild horse. The more you try to beat me, to do anything, I won't listen. I'll do the exact fucking opposite
I was
until
just
you start treating me with respect.
Me, I was just labeled as problem child, ODD, stop resisting authority, you little black prick.
Yeah, no, literally. But,
um,
like, a lot of my abuse was, like, internal and at home and not necessarily in public. Because in public, I was, like, friendly, I was all this, but then behind closed doors, I would be basically abused. And cyberbully too, like, that was a big thing, um, where they wouldn't do anything in public, and in the face of other people, it was always putting me down and spreading rumors about me. and making sure I don't have a support network.
That's happened
But
to me too, but
yeah.
not as much because people inherently avoided me because of the way that I look already. So they didn't mean to do it. People were
So
already doing it.
a lot of that kind of stuff was just more behind closed doors and private, so it felt like I couldn't talk to anyone or trust anyone, especially when the adults in my life, the only person I trusted was my mom because she empathized with my concerns and gave me advice like a proper fucking human and a good parent. Because everyone else would discredit my experiences or do the slap on a wrist that just makes everything worse, that kind of thing. When my mom, she will fight tooth and nail for my ass. Like, if somebody hurt me or tries to hurt me, oh my fucking god, she will. Ugh. I have only seen her mad twice, ever, and they were never at me, and I'm still scared of her.
In this house, we stand Shou's mom.
No, literally, because she, like, fun aside, but like she literally screamed at a sexual predator once during a trip because he was being an asshole, and she was like, "No, you don't deserve women, you mousy-eyed roach-head motherfucker." Like, she didn't say that exactly, but like she was, oh my god, she is like mostly the most gentle, sweet person you know, but like she is the definition of the saying, um angels fall and angels fall and devils run amok when a kind man goes to war.
Oh yeah,
That is the
brother.
Yeah, no, literally. And I try to adopt that kind of like personality too, where I'm just like I can be friendly to people, not necessarily friends, but I try to put on like a friendly, approachable kind of way of thinking and talking because I like making new friends, but I also just like being compassionate to people because that's a fucking normal thing to do. And more people need to be compassionate. Um but yeah, besides that, like I just again, a lot of my troubles and what I went through, I just kind of I stuck it through. It's kind of hard to really say anything because I really feel like I only started my life a year
Well,
ago.
that's because you actually are only just now starting your life. You're like what,
Yeah.
21?
Yeah, literally,
You're
because
you're not that much older than me. You're only like 3 years
yeah,
older
no,
than me.
literally, because, uh, fun fact ish, and I won't go super into it, but I never thought I was going to live to see 18
Me neither.
because I genuinely it was so fucking bad when I was in school. Um, and after that, I just kind of like followed my own path. I was a lot happier. And then moving on, getting better day by day. It feels like I was crawling out of a hole where demons were trying to drag me back, and no matter what I did, I kept kicking. And it worked. And I'm still kicking. Like, there's sometimes some like asshole who tries to get in my way, and I'm like, okay, cool, bye. And I throw them down the hole. Um,
Yeah.
that sounds horrible, but like, Jesus, I sound evil. But like, no. Um, genuinely, like,
It's okay. If they really want to change, they'll find their own way out of the hole.
literally, it's very much like I am so tired. I can't be dealing with other people who try to pull the wool over my eyes, you know?
You can't fix people. People need to fix themselves.
Literally, like I can still offer advice. I have a one and done policy of like, hey, here's the advice. Here's what you're doing wrong. Please change yourself. If you
And you
don't,
stand by those and you stand by those boundaries like you kicked me from your server.
we don't talk about that one. But no, like again, I do stand by those boundaries really, really harshly because again, um
No, because like I said earlier,
uh,
if they know what's good for them, if they want to be a better person, they will find their way out of that hole on their own.
literally, but also in general, people had a tendency to abuse my kindness and compassion in the past. But now I'm just kind of more balanced where I'm like, okay, I give you the one and done policy. I will say this once, I will give my warning once. If you do not believe me and you want to see for yourself, okay, I let it go. I'll never bring it up again. But when something happens, it happens. And I will be there to comfort you. But I also will be there to say, I told you so, because it always fucking happens. I have really, really sharp intuition. Pretty much
You
anyone
told
who's
me so.
yeah, no, anyone who's very, very close to me fucking knows I have an incredibly sharp intuition and gut feeling, so I trust that to a T. I don't trust my gut based on appearances because that's really ableist and shit, but like I trust based on vibe, if that makes sense.
But based
Like,
on the actions that they've taken.
yeah, based on the actions and what they're doing, like like kind of reading body language in a way, but not super reading body language either. Um,
I straight up don't listen to body language. You can learn a surprising amount of stuff about who a person is by reading in between the lines of what they're saying.
yeah, but like with body language, you like there was a quote from like someone that was just like, if you learn how the person speaks their truth, because there's a million ways you can tell a lie, but only one way you can tell the truth. So if you learn what the truth looks like to that person, then you know how to catch them in a lie. And that's been something that kind of stuck with me because it's true. Um, I've been able to basically deduce when someone is being manipulative or not being truthful with their words to me because just simply the fact that I know what it's like when they're vulnerable and honest to me, and I know what that looks like. So I know when they're fucking lying to me, and when I say, hey, please just be open about it. Don't beat around the bush. Just, you know, and they don't, then it gets me mad. And I'm like,
Okay,
hey, no,
based on that, I have one question to ask you.
sure.
Did you catch the one time that I lied to you?
Did I catch or
It wasn't something important. It was something really small.
did I catch the one time you lied to me?
Because I was vaguing about someone and you caught it immediately, but I immediately backtracked and lied and said that it was about someone else.
Oh my fucking god, yeah, I fucking caught that. I don't remember much of it, but yeah, I told you. Like, you literally have evidence of like me fucking doing it. I can catch when somebody fucking lies.
Don't
It's
tell
not
them.
when okay, I'm also somebody who has been lied to a lot. Like people think I'm naive and stupid and they lie to me because they're like, "Oh, little baby." Blah. And I'm like, "Motherfucker. Okay." Like again, living with a narcissist, you learn to know what lying sounds like or looks like. You start to learn the fallacies of ego and start breaking a person down to their core components, their core beliefs, their insecurities, and you know how to target their psyche. I sound like an incredibly manipulative person right now. Oh my god. No, I just I'm good at figuring out what makes people tick, but also in a way that it's not super invasive. It's just a gut feeling, and I just follow that, and I just kind of like,
Yeah, you're not spying on me.
Yeah, no, I'm not spying
You're
on
not
people. I just get a
actually in
vibe.
my walls, right? Please say no. Please say you're not.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Please. You know I've been psychotic before. Don't do this to me.
I'm not actually in your walls. I'm
Yeah.
just in your brain rent free. Anyways.
Um, it's the Tuzi worms. I shouldn't have eaten that suspicious grimace shake.
Bruh.
Anyways, can I indulge you on your can I indulge you with questions about your project?
Sure.
What are your main inspirations for Tally Ho? I have a bunch of Tally Ho questions.
Oh boy, fucking bangs my fists on the table. Where do I fucking start, baby? Um, a big inspiration is the Ankh Morpork uh kind of series, part of Discworld by Terry Pratchett. I'm also really heavily inspired by the way Neil Gaiman writes, particularly stuff like American Gods, where he has this very open view on religions and gods and all of that. It's not. It's very unique. It's a very unique view, and it's very accurate to the gods' personalities, how they were described by the people. So it's just a type of compassionate storytelling that I really, really look to. Stuff like New Weird, as a genre in experimental films, um, like New Weird as a genre is stuff like Perdido Street Station by China Mieville, Annihilation by
I know that one.
yeah, Jeff Vandermeer. That's New Weird. That's New Weird because it's a mix of fantasy, sci-fi, horror, or whatever, like mishmash. Because it was created as a postmodernist take on fantasy. Because people were like, "Man, well, fantasy is for children." And about like elves and shit. And then they said, "Okay, bet. We're gonna make you respect fantasy writers by creating the most weird, absurd fucking shit that you can imagine,
And then
so you
taking it
actually appreciate the
seriously.
tropes." And that's basically what happened. So like technically speaking, you just break down the core concept to its very, very, very like basic bare bones, and then you build around that. So for
You know,
example,
you
a
know,
vampire.
this is going to be a really weird example, but what you're explaining reminds me of the Echo Project.
I might know what that is, but I
It's a
am bad
furry
with names.
visual novel.
Oh yeah, kinda ish. Eh.
I don't know how into the furry fandom you are, but
I am on the outskirts, constantly looking in
okay.
and seeing
There's
trash fire.
some deconstruction stuff going on in that story
I
that's
think I know
related to
what
the
the Echo
fandom.
Project is. But like, yeah, no, like I was saying before, stuff like vampires, for example, you can break it down to the core component of not even drinking blood, just feeding on
Consuming.
life in some
Being
way.
like me.
Yeah, no, like feeding on some force in a way. So like that can be psyche, that can be blood, that can be literal chi, like your body, that kind of thing. So you break it down to that key component, not necessarily everything else, and then you can build upon that and make really, really unique vampires or werewolves or whatever. Um,
You know, somebody recommended to me the idea of making a vampire based on a vampire finch.
yeah, pretty much. And the
Artists,
funny
get
thing
on that. Do that.
so like there's also other stuff that inspires me, particularly I actually haven't seen any Western animated series. I have to specify series that is steampunk, specifically traditionally animated. A lot of them are 3D animated, but they're movies or 2D movies or live action movies, and they kind of suck. Um, just, just a lot of stuff that I don't see a progression in because steampunk is kind of just one of those fucking things that is just in the back of everyone's mind. Like everyone's like, "Oh, I know what steampunk is," when they see it, but they don't know what it is. They don't know what makes something steampunk, that kind of thing. So they're just kind of like very
I don't know anything about steampunk. What I do know about is the Victorian era, and I do know how steampunk kind of like I don't know how to best phrase it, but I do know how it kind of like deconstructs the Victorian era.
yeah, so like I want to focus more on the punk aspect and adding that back in. So that's why I actually really like stuff like Leviathan as a book. Um but Leviathan also kind of blurs the line into like diesel punk, but that's a whole different thing. Like
Yeah, I can see that.
because the thing is steampunk at its core is focused on innovation, man versus science. How far are you willing to go in the name of science? While diesel punk is more like
See,
the
for
theme
me,
behind it
what
is
I
more about
So for
sorry.
me, the way that I've been kind of sold on steampunk is that steampunk is about humanity versus the automation of machines and like kind of like
Yeah,
a
kind of.
critique of unfettered capitalism.
But see, that's also something because the funny thing is you mentioned that, but steampunk was actually a derivative of cyberpunk, which yeah, you know? And like again, with diesel punk that's more core focused on war and its commentary on that. But steampunk that's why I get so about it because like a lot of people start diving into that psychology of war and all that and war machines and I'm like no focus on the funny wacky inventions please
Yeah, I
focus
didn't
on
think
power
about
automation.
when I think about steampunk, I don't think about war at all. I think of um I think the first thing I think about is the wacky inventions. Like, cool, there's automatons and there's like cute little like things that maybe kids have as toys. And then there's these huge airships and stuff and it looks cool. And then the second thing I think about is, damn, I wonder how many people are choking on coal in those factories to make these things.
That's actually another thing. Really interesting you mention all that because I just thought of the word I was thinking of. A lot of steampunk and gothic fiction focuses on one core theme: hubris. You get what you fucking deserve, bitch. Because if
That's
you
what
think
I was looking
Frankenstein,
for.
yeah, if you think Frankenstein or like Dolls of New Albion, which was a musical, that kind of thing, it's all about also even this is a really old Jewish story that like kind of has like the similarity of like bringing something to life that isn't supposed to be Golem of Prague. Very interesting, but like it's just stuff like that that's like a core theme of hubris and disobeying the laws of nature to create something that isn't supposed to exist, a paradox, that kind of thing. That's why you see a lot of themes of like time travel or like monstrosities like coming out of like Invisible Man, for example, that kind of thing. You see a
I
lot of that in punk too.
I think this is probably more of like a a more general kind of thing, but the fate worse than death kind of trope. I've really been
Yeah,
fascinated by that.
yeah, like I said, it's very like hubris, that kind of thing. You know, watching literally everybody die because of your consequences except you, so you'll have to live with the trauma for the rest of your life.
And you don't even have friends to help you with it because they're dead
No,
too.
literally, suffer. Fucking Jekyll and Hyde, good example of like, you know, again, like a lot of the gothic fiction I'm talking about like also inspired how I write, but it's very much like there's no morality. That's the difference. A lot of these focus on very heavily on like morality stuff, but I focus more on the character's individual thoughts of morality, if that makes any sense, rather than projecting my own views into it. Um,
Yeah, I get that.
it's kind of confusing because at the end of the day, all art and writing, you are projecting yourself into it, but like,
I think the best way to phrase it is that you're not trying to make a moral message, a moral statement. You're just trying to express these intricacies of human interaction and connection.
yes, it's very like stories focus around one of two things, either a wisdom or a moral. And for me, it's not a moral, it's a wisdom.
Um, would you
Yeah,
say that like what's like a core theme of Tally Ho?
identity, discovering yourself, what it means to be yourself, your own path, what you want to be, and making decisions for yourself instead of the road that someone paved for you.
And what do you think about how interdependence versus independence and codependence affects that development of identity?
Hmm. What do I think about that? Interesting. Because I have had to kind of learn that kind of stuff myself. I fucking hate codependency. I really do. Um, I hate the idea that was pushed onto like me as a child saying that like you will find your other half in a different person, like, you know, that kind of thing, where like you can be half of a person before you meet. Like that's really not how dating works. It's really unhealthy because you form a codependent relationship that might turn toxic, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of Tally Ho also explores that, like learning how to be independent, but also like
See, that's
again
what we
making
call
your own.
the so for me, kind of like my issue is like, obviously when you're a kid, you have to be dependent. And then when you're like a teenager, you're supposed to get a little less dependent, right? So
Mhm.
but you're still supposed to have the support. I didn't have the support that I was supposed to have when I was a teenager. So I went from
See,
dependent to independent when really the goal should be being interdependent, which is when you can work with other people and those people work with you.
that's actually what my mom raised me with, because actually the story of Tally Ho, especially when it comes to parenting, has a very, very important message about that because it's very, very based on my personal experiences with my family. My father has had kind of a rough life. I don't really know what's his like story much, at least. Um, but I do know as a result of his story, he became a person who hates the idea of control in any regard. Free range parenting, not a good thing for a child. But my mom, on the other hand, she was very meticulous about how she parented me. She gave me the illusion of choice so I can form my own opinion and thoughts. And she was very, very adamant of like letting me have the taste of independence, but still like working with me to make sure I'm on the right path. So like interdependent, like
So
what you were
yeah, interdependent. Like, I help you, and you're going to help yourself, and one day you'll help me because I showed you, I helped you, and because I trust that you're going to be a good person when you grow up. I trust that you will help me. I think
yeah,
that's kind of like
kind of like
the way of parenting that has been around before, like Western idea of like owning your child. The Western and
no,
Confucianist idea of owning your child became more
ugh,
mainstream.
me fucking looking at the Confucian values that were literally just they took like, you know, like how a lot of stuff just gets butchered and like thrown at you. That's exactly what happened with that too. Again, there's a lot of fucking things also in my own religion that I don't take because I don't respect that. But or like I came to understand what it actually meant versus what people tell me the interpretation is. Um, and I'll give an
The
example of that later.
okay, so
But
like basically learning how to free the truth, the wisdom out of the shell.
yes, because like a good example is the idea of filial piety, which is like um you must always respect your elders, but like people only take the respect your elders part and not anything else that respect is earned. The thing is, people don't understand or realize that it means to be grateful that your parents gave you life and that your ancestors before you have given you this chance to be alive and be grateful for that.
See,
But
I don't
above all else,
understand
you don't have to
why
fucking do shit.
I don't understand why Americans hate the idea of respecting elders so much. Because, like, those people earned that. They, like, did things for the next generation. They actually didn't sit on their asses all day. You wouldn't have anything without the people before you.
Kind of. So it's being grateful for the life they have given you, but that doesn't mean you have to excuse their actions because they birthed you, if that makes any sense.
Ding, ding,
They quote
ding.
unquote made you. So that's basically like what I'm trying to say is like that's the idea of filial piety, but like a lot of people, especially Asian families, say, well, you have to respect me. You have to listen to me. I am just trying to do what's best for you. And just like, you have to respect me because dishonor on your entire fucking family, including all the dead people, dishonor on
Dishonor
you,
on
dishonor
you,
on
dishonor on your cow.
yeah, basically that. And it's just like, I had to learn that meaning myself of like reconciling with my father too, because he was very abusive to me when I was a child, and learning that I can empathize and understand where he's coming from. I understand he also wanted the best for me. Was he the best at it? No. Um,
I can love you
mm,
and I can hate you at the same time.
literally. No, literally. Like knowing, like I don't trust him. I appreciate that he has given me life, and I empathize and sympathize with his struggles and understand he is my father and he is my only father. But at the same point in time, you fucked up, sir. Royally. Like I can acknowledge that, you know?
Yeah.
Uh but
God,
it's just one of those fucking
that kind of reminds me, what my relationship with my mother is like a little bit at least, but I remember one time my mom was apologizing to me for something that she did, and I was just like, oh yeah, yeah, it's okay. And then she was like, no, you I refuse you to accept my apology. She told me to that she refused me accepting her apology, and she told me that what she did was not okay ever at all, and that was a moment for me that stuck out
yeah,
to me.
yeah. And again, like the way my mother taught me and how she raised me, like back to this really quick, is she described it to me as this. You let the child kind of have a very small playpen, you know, you're monitoring that, but you're still letting the child have a little bit of freedom. Again, illusion of choice. But then when they get a little older and they like not only does the child understand you, you understand the child and they're thinking and you build that trust in a relationship, you open up the pen a little bigger. And then you open up the
Treating
pen a
your
little
kid like a person instead of an object.
yeah, it's almost like you can earn the trust with your fucking child instead of invading their privacy. What a concept! Because, like, I'm so fucking
Oh,
pissed
what a
with some
concept! Your child is a completely autonomous human being.
No, because like the thing that gets me so mad is the lack of respect for children's privacy in American homes. Because I swear to fucking God, almost every teenager I've met hates their mom, hates their father, teenage angst, because their parents don't
And
respect their
people
privacy.
think it's normal. People think like teenagers are supposed to feel like this. They don't even realize that they're making it happen.
Yeah, because like you don't just simply just grab someone's phone and just like look through all their messages, then they're never going to share anything. Like again, having strict parents doesn't make you a better quote unquote good child. It just makes you better at lying and hiding shit.
Honestly, I
And
remember reading this Tumblr post and they were like, more kids need to be able to go out into the woods and do crazy, dangerous shit without their parents knowing. And I was reading what this person described their childhood, their teenage years were like, and I was like, holy shit, I'd be so much more stable if I had that.
yeah, and see, here's the thing. My mom had that trust with me. She trusted when I didn't want to talk about something, I didn't have to. I can work it out myself. Um, or like when I had a problem, she trusted me to be honest with her. So she always has believed me and trusted that I was being honest with her. And that's so important because discrediting your child is probably one of the worst fucking things you can do, in my opinion, because I have seen so many parents be like, I don't believe you that you were assaulted, that kind of shit. But it's just bad, you know?
Hmm.
Like, you should be there to comfort and support your child. You shouldn't be there to question everything about your kid. Unless they're the most horrible piece of fucking shit that you don't even know how that happened, that you have to disown them, then that's a different story.
Honestly, even in those cases, I'm kind of like, because, like, I think another thing, as a person who has been a child recently, I feel like a lot of parents need to understand and accept the fact that they're not the sole person who's in charge of who their kid's going to be, that there are things outside of their control. And honestly, this is the fault of a lot of people online saying stuff like, oh, these parents, they need to monitor their kids more. No, it's like, there are things that you
No,
can't
it's not
control.
necessarily
There are
monitoring.
bad people who will corrupt your kids sometimes, and you really can't do anything about it.
And like again, at the end of the day, what did I just say? I didn't say you have to monitor your kids more. You have to be there to support them when they fall.
Yeah, and
That's my belief.
yeah, and
And that's what my
sometimes,
mother did. She would warn me about someone. I didn't listen. I learned the hard way. Okay. Then she supports me. And she's like, "You'll get through this. I went through the same thing. That's why I was trying to warn you about that. But, now you learn. That's okay."
because like
She didn't she
sometimes
didn't chastise me for my mistakes. That's the important part.
sometimes and like I kind of learned this in one of my psychology classes, but sometimes parents, they will like treat their kids like a person, but they won't actually reach out to their kids and let them know that they can rely on them for support. So they'll have a lot of these kids will have very little like instruction, right? And they won't know that they can come to their parents for aid. And then they go out into the world, and then people are cruel, especially in high school, and they go down a rabbit hole. That's something that
Mhm.
I've heard about.
Mhm. So something interesting about that actually is a theme that's explored in a comic called Dropout, and it's already concluded. It's very good.
Oh
Um,
yeah, I I have
it's
not
a furry
finished it
one.
yet. I
It's a furry
started
one, but
reading
like
it.
specifically, Lola, one of the characters, she talks about her parents that are like, hmm, because the thing is, she mentioned something that really resonated with me, and this has always stuck with me. Some people, some parents like the idea of a kid, but they don't know how to raise a kid. They like the concept and the idea of them, but they're not actually treating them like a person, if that makes any sense. They're treating them as a passion project, not necessarily a person.
Mhm.
And that happens a lot also in idealizing of relationships in general. So like when you're talking about like this kid who was kind of raised like okay, but like their parents never really like had an emotional connection with them. Sometimes also kids can just have it's not about what the kid went through, it's also what the kid didn't go through, you know? So like neglect, um, no
Yeah, the
emotional
emotional neglect leaves them without the coping skills for when something traumatic does happen. Because you can't
Yep.
avoid trauma. Trauma will always happen to you. You could be, you'd have the most quote unquote perfect life, and there will be trauma. Like, even the most privileged person on earth will have some kind of trauma somewhere in there. And if they don't
Yeah,
have the
no, pretty
coping
much.
mechanisms, they will become the worst person.
No, yeah, pretty much. Like at the end of the day, everyone who is hurtful, abusive, or whatever, they have an insecurity of some kind that overtook them and they weren't able to cope with it, you know? And that's just something I've kind of accepted. This is why I can sympathize with people who have like hurt me and stuff, but be like, I don't forgive you. Like, I understand, but I don't forgive you. Like, that's kind of fucked up. You know what I mean?
Hell
Like,
yeah,
go get,
brother.
that's very much me nowadays. But like, again, going back to like Tally Ho and stuff, yeah, it's basically based off of like the idea of like the different ideas of parenting, you know? Inexperienced parenting, but learning and genuinely being actually good as like a parental figure, or thinking you know what your child wants or treating your child as a project to be perfect rather than actually treating them as a person. Um, a lot of these kind of concepts. Also, having no fucking parents and having to survive as a war refugee, because that's also a story that's based on my family. Because my grandparents on my mother's side survived a few war conflicts in China and Taiwan. So, yippee! Heard a lot about that kind of stuff. So yeah, no, it's a lot of collective experiences of family. That's a big theme, I think, just in
Hmm.
general.
Okay, another question on Tally Ho. Do you have other projects planned outside of Tally Ho?
Oh boy, do I! Uh, yeah, no, I do. Yippee! But like I said before, I mentioned Arthur and whatnot, but actually Tally Ho is look, I just recycle characters all the fucking time. So like
No, no,
Tally
no.
Ho,
I do that too. I,
yeah.
I don't know
So
how often I tell you about my characters, but I'm pretty sure if I did, it's literally the same character but in a different universe.
yeah, pretty much. So I just have AUs, but making them in an actual story. So Arthur shows up in Tally Ho, but they're a major side character, but they're a major character in their own story, that kind of thing. Um, but it's a different universe, but they're all kind of like they have different theming. So Arthur's is more like the original Arthur story,
Okay,
very
okay.
much
Like, I know every story's doing the multiverse thing, but like one thing that I feel like nobody's been doing is like making it very fourth wall. Like, it's not actually a multiverse, it's just that all the stories exist, and we, the actual creator, is in charge of it all.
Mm-hmm. So that's actually how I approach my stuff is that with specifically like the multiverse thing, there's of course like how Spider-Verse handle it or everything everywhere all at once. But the best way those can work is if there is some sort of interpersonal conflict because again,
Not
so
Endgame.
this is really, really interesting, and I thought I should mention this, but this is a writing tip for people out there. But in order to write a multiversal story of any fucking kind, including giant space war stories, you have to personalize the conflict. Otherwise, the stakes do not seem dire because the scale is too big and unfathomable to the human mind.
Ding ding ding.
Interesting fact.
Actually,
So,
I
yeah.
think that's why I kind of really like Centaur World so much, is because
Oh, yeah.
in the end, the entire war, the entire fucking war, is actually somebody's internal conflict because they're mentally ill as hell.
Oh man. Yeah, no, Centaur World does a great job at like showing the cases of ego identity, that kind of thing, of accepting self-acceptance of change, specifically. And that's a whole different thing. But yeah, so Arthur is a different fucking story, but is kind of it's a different story that's happening in tandem with Tally Ho, but not necessarily a chronology kind of deal, if that makes any sense. But Arthur is also a weird case because they know what happens next sometimes, but they just don't know which one would happen next. Like the Tally
Whoa,
Ho
whoa, whoa,
Arthur is
whoa.
actually aware.
It's
What?
like the when you get like a premonition and you have like ideas of what could happen, and that's
Yeah,
because you've gotten so used to learning about the different intricacies of interactions, and you get the gut feeling where it's like, oh yeah, I could do this and this could happen, or I could do that and that could happen.
yeah, kind of like that. But also, have you ever heard of the theory of like when you dream about your own death, it's secretly you dying in another universe? So Arthur's dreams are kind of based on that concept, where like um they're pretty much constantly dreaming about really heinous shit that they just are numb to it, but also they're like very, very much a ball of anxiety and stress because they have no idea what is the true future that they're seeing because they see
Me,
everything. It's bad.
me.
Mental illness, baby. But yeah, no. So like Arthur in Arthur's universe is high key aware of the Arthur of other universes, and the same vice versa. So Tally Ho Arthur does know that Arthur exists somewhere, a different version of them. They're aware a cyberpunk version of them exists. Like all of them are kind of hive mind linked in a weird fucking way.
Oh my god, it literally sounds like me with all my personas.
Yeah, but they also aren't they're like aware of each other's existences in a weird way, but they also don't know each other, if that makes any sense. Like not
Dude,
personally.
no, like complete. That's literally how what it feels like with me with my personas. Like I don't feel like I know them. I don't know everything about them, but like they're kind of me, and we kind of know we exist. That's what it feels like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they're aware that there's a million other versions of them, but they don't really know them personally. That kind of thing. It's a lot. Like everyone, every Arthur has gone through their own struggles, but they also all experience one thing in common. Haha, canon event joke from Spider Verse, but
If I had a
uh
soundboard, I would have had that sound on it.
fucking god, no. Fucking yeah. But like the event that really triggered everything is like whatever experiment they were working on in any universe went wrong, so all the timelines merged together, basically.
Uh oh.
in a way. So their mind is fractured. It's weird
Uh-oh.
to this. Uh-oh. But
Uh-oh.
yeah, their mind is kind of fractured and weird. So they're like a paradox.
Funnier is the
You know
system.
Schrodinger's cat?
Yeah, Schrodinger's cat.
It's kind of like
Glenna
that.
said something about that once.
Called out on that one. Oh boy. I'm in this picture and I don't like it. Yeah, you are. I fucking write about stress and anxiety, baby. Anyway, yeah, no, Arthur is basically a Schrodinger's cat of simultaneously being there and not there, and it's all of this paradoxical time theory shit that I fucking love writing about because oh my fucking god, I am sick of time travel stories using time travel in a really irresponsible way. I am pointing at multiple types of stories. Oh my god, there's so many that I just they get me so mad. Anyways, yeah, like there's Arthur's story, there's Tuzi's story that I have mentioned. That is almost completely separate from everything actually. Because Tuzi's story takes place in the theater of the mind. It has completely different lore and whatnot. They are aware
A
of
little
like
bit
the
like
universe and stuff.
a little bit
What?
like here. Like literally the background it's literally just based on like
Yeah.
it's literally headspace. It's literally headscape.
So the funny thing about that you mentioned that Tuzi's lore specifically is that they're not the only Tuzi. There's always another Tuzi because they represent the construct of hope and ambition, the idea of an idea that you want to do. As long as there's someone out there with a dream and a creative ambition, they will always exist. And they exist in the creative mind, also known as the imaginarium. Everyone has their own imaginarium that is unique to them, but they also have, again, not only their hair, but they have their tortoise. Because Tuzi is inspired by Aesop fables, tortoise and the hare. And the tortoise necessarily isn't bad. It's just they're just very, very they're in general just very, very like personalized to the person, and some end up merging the two and become balanced, some don't and they have interpersonal conflict. It's all about balancing your creative ambitions and drive with logic and reasoning to create something truly great. That kind of thing.
The
And also making sure that
dialectical
your passions don't
behavior
burn you out.
therapy.
Yeah, no, so it's internal fucking therapy. But yeah, no, Tuesday's story is basically about them creating stories and feeling the anxiety of like scope creep or feeling the anxiety that they're not good enough. It's a personal story about the creator, me, fucking around with it's very meta because it's obviously just you ever seen an infinity mirror? It's basically that at this point. I'm
I
writing a
mean,
character about writing a character about writing a character.
yeah. Um,
So yeah, that's basically them, and it's very like metaverse that's set outside the stories that they write. Um, but yeah, they have their own little jiggies going on. Uh, but yeah, besides that, I also do have a story called 1216 Beelzebub Lane that is actually my oldest story. It is now 8 or 9 years old, I believe. Um, but I haven't touched it in like 3 years because I burnt out on it really, really badly.
do you plan on revisiting it, or are you thinking of like kind of archival?
Oh no, I'm revisiting it for sure because I have a different concept that I want to do with it. It was just at the time, it was an outdated story about like racial conflicts and accepting the fact that like
Mm,
can't always change the way people see you. And 2020 hit, the height of the BLM protests and whatnot, and just seeing all this stuff about
Oh,
race,
you don't need to remind me
yeah,
for
like all
obvious
that. It,
reasons.
yeah, no, but I'm just saying it in general for like my
The
reasoning,
audience.
like seeing all that, yeah, seeing all that constantly really, really just burned me out on that story. So I was like, I have to reevaluate my mindset and the way I'm going about the story because
For me, it was kind of like always in the back of my head, slowly growing, and then when 2020 happened, it was really demoralizing. It was really demoralizing for a lot of black people.
yeah, no, it's not just people like it's not just black people specifically because COVID did a fucking number on Asians. It was so fucking bad.
Oh yeah, I
Um
know about the
yeah.
Asian hate crimes rising, but
Oh my
I
fucking
was just
god.
kind of because like I was in Korea at the time of the pandemic, so I was directly hearing about the stories about these hate crimes happening to Asian women and stuff, and we were in Korea, and people were like the students in my class. It was really jarring for me because the students in my class, they kind of like didn't recognize Asian Americans as like being in the same group as them in a sense. It was so weird seeing it, especially compared to the kind of ideas of like Pan Africanism that I grew up with. It was so weird to me to see that Asian people not really recognizing Asian diaspora.
Yeah, that happens a lot because of the indoctrination in the cultures, but that's a different story for another time. But specifically, yeah, in the US, like a lot of that like racial tensions and stuff like just burned me out on the story because I just I learned a lot about the nuance of these kind of things, and then I just didn't feel comfortable writing that story anymore because I wrote it when I was like fucking middle school, you know? My views changed so much from that time that it's outdated and I need to go back and change it, that kind of thing.
Well, please tell me you didn't have the Zootopia problem.
Have what?
Please tell me you didn't have the Zootopia problem.
No. No. Um no. It was specifically like how I viewed it is like the original lore was basically like monsters and humans existed on this like plane of earth, that kind of thing, you know, typical story, but eventually humans got greedy and they started an all-out conflict against the monsters to kind of like get their resources and shit, and they kind of like started a great
Okay,
war
that's
kind of
actually
deal.
kind of more accurate to like what the Atlantic slave trade was like.
Oh no. But yeah, no, like, cause like the thing is, my humans still have like racial problems amongst themselves, but like
See,
monsters
I'm
were just another thing to be united against, if that made any
okay
sense.
in like my world building for like Arniella and the world, which is a fan fiction, but I'm one of those people who thinks derivative work and um, quote unquote non derivative work is the same thing, but like kind of like my explanation was that everyone used to be humans, right? And then one day, suddenly, everyone isn't. So racial tensions are happening, but also there's some people trying to turn racial tensions into species tensions because you can't tell who someone's ethnicity is quite as easily anymore because everyone's a random different animal.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
there's
so
kind
like
of like weird shit happening.
yeah, so like for me, like again, a lot of it was also based on my personal experiences as a person of color. So like it at the end of the story, and this is something I plan to keep, is that you can't just change oppression or like the system in one fucking day. It starts with an act of kindness. So the characters end up accepting themselves, but accepting that they can't help and change everyone's views on them, but they can support the ones that do, you know?
Mhm.
So it's a very like bittersweet kind of thing. And I still plan to keep that because I don't like, Zootopia problems where it's like beat the system. Yeah, we fix oppression in one fucking day. Those kind of
Uh,
stories are okay to
my
write, but
big
like also
issue
just
with Zootopia was like we used the cops to fix the problem. The
yeah, no.
solution was police.
No, like for me, like my story was just a bunch of fucking hooligans who need therapy, Lamal. Like they're not
my
even like in the system. One of them literally actively like um how do I explain this? Right now it's kind of like evolving into more as a commentary on like structured systems and agencies and stuff like that. Um, where one of the main protagonists needs to basically find his own path, but also, not be a pushover over like fearing his own identity of coming out as a gay man. So he's just being bullied and he's like, ah, yeah, I'm straight, I'm straight, I'm straight, I'm straight. But like he needs to learn to accept himself, but also just in general, like not fucking hate himself and just needing to move on and realize that the workplace is incredibly toxic for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
it's a lot more like you ever seen a toxic workplace specifically that like they beat on you because of your race or like the racial tension? Yeah, that's basically what I'm kind of like vibing with is like more
mm,
like offhanded snide comments someone fucking makes at the water cooler about your fucking race that they don't know that you're actually that race. Like white passing, for example, like when somebody has mixed parents or something and they just look completely white, but you hear the most racist fucking shit come out of like whatever person's mouth is at the
like
water cooler.
when you're in the closet and you hear people say something like transphobic.
Or homophobic or something. You're just like, I'm just never gonna come out about that. Okay,
Yeah.
but you feel
Uh,
unsafe. So it's more
or
about like workplace.
microaggressions.
Yeah. Oh fuck, those are
Yeah,
even
I
harder.
had to deal with a lot of those when I was in private school, and it was so weird to me because I was just like, hey, you know that if we were in America, they'd be hate criming you too, right?
Literally. Ugh, but yeah. So again, a lot of that kind of stuff, but that's about like all of the stories I have right now. So that's about four besides some other one-shot things in the back of my head that's I will admit this, not for young audiences because they very specifically explore a side of identity that is reserved for adults. Um
Uh-huh. Uh, I the story that I'm writing specifically involves teenagers, but I'm writing it like um, how I, as a teenager, would talk about things to other teenagers, I think. And, like, it's kind of weird to write something like this because I'm kind of like doing it to process things myself, but like, it's really weird writing characters of an age demographic that I would have been in literally just 2 years ago, and also having to grapple with things that we'd normally be like, hey, kids can't know about this, and like try to make that work in a way that isn't destructive.
yeah, literally cuz a lot of the problem with those kind of teenage stories is they often fetishize
Yeah,
the problem.
like, it's because I feel like I know how I would have wanted things to be depicted in a way that wouldn't have been fetishistic to me. but I feel like a lot of adults wouldn't recognize the difference because they don't remember what it's like to be a young teenager.
Oh my fucking god, yeah. Yeah, so there's like kind of, explorations of like finding yourself through sexuality specifically,
I
but like
think the
all
biggest
facets.
thing to me is that
Mhm.
you always see in these TV shows that are targeted towards teenagers, they'll show the scenes, but you never hear any teenagers make sex jokes.
Good lord, yeah. Um, mhm. It's always like the most washed out shit. But yeah, so like I explore stuff that's like you know, related to mature topics specifically that are reserved for adults, and then I have another anthology series kind of in the back of my brain. It's a comics anthology based on my own dreams called Somnophobia because it's literally a catalog of some of the weirdest fucking dreams I've had, like stories that full out were just from beginning to end, and I remember every scene of it. Every scene, every beat, I remember how it was shot, that kind of thing, but it's a complete story.
You show
One of the
Finn's
most
in the
interesting
chat.
things I've had. What?
Finn's in the chat.
Oh, yeah. Fucking Finn has been in the chat, but like, yeah. Um, very interesting kind of things. Just in general, I've had uh, a few projects here and there, and like, I want to make a game somehow, but I'm also like, I don't know what to fucking write about, so I'm just like, meh. So yeah, basically a lot of projects, a lot of things, but focusing specifically on Tally Ho mostly at the moment.
Were there any challenges that came up while you were working on Tally Ho?
Oh
That
my
was a
fucking
smooth
god.
transition. I
Oh my fucking god. Where do I start with that one, Chief?
mean, it
Oh
is
my
making a
fucking god.
show. I bet it's a lot of work.
Yeah, making the fucking pilot was already a goddamn like load of work because in the time span of 2 fucking years, I literally went through 2 abusive workplaces. And
Oh
both of
man.
which tried to take Tally Ho from me for whatever reason. Like they just said, "Oh yeah, it's mine." I'm like, "We never agreed to this. What the fuck?" Or just in general like saying like, "Hey, I would love to be a producer on this." And I'm like, no. And
Eh,
being like, "Yeah,
that's
no."
why I'm kind of avoiding talking about the things that I really care about in the studio environment that I'm in. Because I know, like, some places they'll be like, oh, if you show stuff here, we could use it later. And I'm like, I don't like that.
Yeah, and then so like, I'm luckily now I'm working for like a good studio, Adventure Noises, and they've been treating me well, and I get paid for the work I do, and that's really nice. Compared to my old job, yeah, I literally got paid peanuts, like $5 per second of animation. Think about that for a minute. Awful. Never
That's
again.
that's actually painful. Like, we're talking
Yeah.
about, like, you do compositing, right? Like
Ugh.
that's like a
Yeah,
lot
even
of fucking work.
It is. It is. It's literally like the file organizations and stuff. Like honestly, visual effects people slash the compositors are the people you do not want to make angry because they will get on your ass. They're always the most cranky fucking people because one, they're so close to the crunch deadline, and two, they're just fucking dying because they look at the files and they're like, "Yep, this is my life now." Points at myself.
Couldn't be
Anyways,
me. I'm a rough animator.
points at myself directly, but also at the same point in time, a lot of the team has been very, very busy, and it's just been kind of like, like I'm working with friends, or like I only hired like 2 or 3 strangers I don't know, and I even feel like maybe I shouldn't have done that because I just feel very like I have a really bad habit of having an Atlas complex and not knowing when to ask for help.
Hmm.
So there's just a lot of that. Tally Ho has been 2 years in the making. I'm hoping to finish it next year because I just really want to wrap this project up. I'm getting impatient with myself.
I
Um,
remember when I like tried to copy your art style and stuff for the thing.
that's
Do you
also just
remember?
you were also incredibly mentally unstable at that point, and I was like, I don't think it's a good idea.
I'm surprised that you picked up on that so early.
Yeah, but also you were 17 at the time.
Oh, no, I was 18 when I did that.
Oh fuck.
Like
Okay, yeah, but
freshly
like,
18, like barely.
yeah, but that's still like morally weird, and it's one of those things where I'm like, mm, you know, because
Mhm.
I've seen how that's been exploited.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I get that.
yeah, so it was one of those things where I wanted to exercise caution because I was like, you're still a kid, but I respect you, you know?
Yeah, I was
Like,
like, I'm actually really grateful for that because, like, man, I was not ready. Uh, uh, is also like I was literally working at McDonald's, and if anyone has ever worked at McDonald's before,
no, literally. That's why I was like, "Yeah, nope, mentally unstable, shouldn't," like, again, I pick up on people's needs a lot faster than I pick up on my own too. So, like, I recognize when someone needs something, like, and then sometimes a lot of people say, "No, I'm fine," and I'm like, "Okay, learn the hard way," and then they come crashing down, and I'm like, there, but also, "Motherfucker, I told you, and
I
you
need to
didn't listen."
learn how to ask for help, and my parents call me out on it.
Fucking hubris, like I said before. And I am full of it too. I am also a hypocrite because again, I don't know how to take care of myself
Hey,
sometimes. Um,
hypocrisy just means that you're a person who's in the process of change.
yeah, but also old habits die hard. Um, a lot of it comes from like this sense of martyrdom or Atlas complex because
I
being raised.
mentioned how I was raised and like kind of like left to my own devices after a certain age. Like I was
Hmm.
literally like 12 and my parents were like, "You're too old for Halloween. Go be an adult now." 14-year-old?
Yeah, but
Amazing.
like yeah, no, that was literally me too, but like not from my parents. Uh from
But
extended
like
family.
it's that kind of like independence mindset where it's like, oh yeah, it's possible for me to do this on my own. I just need to be better. But in reality, you can't.
It's mostly just spite because again, being told that I'm incompetent all the fucking time and that this is also like getting into this very like quickly too. This is why the symbol of my studio is the hair because it was used as an insult to me. Um
Oh?
the theme of the tortoise and the hare specifically is slow and steady wins the race. But the
Oh,
hare is
so
often
basically it's like you burn out so soon and then you're not doing it.
kind of, but like the hare also represents a lot of things, some of which represent wasted talent, wasted opportunities, um, taking things for granted and just being a lazy, arrogant person. And that was used a lot as an insult to me to
The
tell me that,
insults that people use for disabled individuals.
yeah. So I got told that I was just, like the hair a lot and that I'll never be worth anything because I was a gifted kid. Look how you've fallen so far. You will never get back up. That kind of like really cruel words being thrown at me when I was like 14 or so that I'll never be more than the blood I have. I will never belong to this family because I don't have the right surname, that kind of thing. It's all like it's all stuff about blood, but also stuff about my inherent nature because of my surname, because of my family, because of my genes. I cannot change my nature. I'm always going to be the lazy hare.
I never had that kind of stuff thrown at me by people who were close to me, but I understand that from the perspective of being a black person and having to deal with that kind of discrimination and the stereotype of, oh, you're a stupid black person.
Yeah, pretty much, but like for me it's, "Oh, you're so fucking smart," but you fail once and then you get like thrown to the bottom of the masses. You know, if
They
you're
want
not used
blood.
to society, you can't fucking contribute. Period. That's always how it's worked. But yeah, no, like I was saying before, so a lot of that kind of stuff was just thrown at me, and I just in general like, oof, I don't really. Hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna double up these questions, but how did you get into the indie animation scene? And from your specific standpoint, not as a creator, but from your cultural background, what do you feel about the indie animation scene?
That's interesting. I'm going to be very brave about this one, but people talk a lot louder with their mouths than they do actions.
Ain't
That's
that
what
the
I'll say.
truth?
No, literally, because I will say this about the indie animation scene. I like it here. I have great friends, but it also, again, I've been feeling like no one wants to support me publicly because they're all fighting for themselves, and I'm giving so much of myself away that people are intimidated to come to me or whatever, and it's such a hard balance. Or like I am trying my best not to be intimidating, but some people do find me intimidating. They think Tally-Ho is this big, impressive I've had people realize that I'm Skull Hair Studios or realize that I'm making Tally-Ho and just immediately fucking freak out. They're like, "Wait, hold on a minute." And I'm like, "Hi, yes." "Yeah, no, I'm chilling." And then they realize I'm just really, really just chilling, you know? And they consider me somebody who's made it. Honestly, a lot of fucking hard work that people don't see on the surface that, I've had to struggle with a lot. Which, by the way, to answer your other question too before this, I mentioned I had a hospitalization and school got in the way that affected my health so bad that I went to the hospital for a kidney infection. So that was also not great. Eh, so it's mostly been life stopping me. Um, anyways, God can't fucking keep me down, and neither can the hospital. And yeah, no, in general, with my cultural background and the indie animation scene specifically, since we're talking about this, I see a lot of boosting and representation for marginalized creators, yes, specifically Black people, but I only see the debate being about white or Black and not necessarily about other POC. And
That's
that is a
very interesting to me because I didn't pick up on that.
yeah, that's a problem to me because it's not inclusive.
It also
Just
kind of like ignores that there's like different ethnic groups within blackness.
yes. And a lot of it is the American struggles of the culture here and not necessarily the celebration and um, sharing of a culture elsewhere. You know, we don't see a lot of African stories specifically. We see a lot of American Black stories. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, even when you hear about American black stories, you only hear about the ones that got co-opted by white people.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, taking a sip.
Yeah.
Sip,
Gotta
sip.
stay
Anyway,
hydrated. It's
stay
really
hydrated.
hot.
But yeah, no, that's something I picked up on because I have been almost the only Asian person in any fucking group. Specifically, like, there's a lot of like Southeast Asians or whatever like popping up or something, but like specifically East Asian, I'm probably like one of the only. I I haven't met another Taiwanese person.
That's so weird. Like, not a
I
lot of
haven't met
East
another Taiwanese.
Asians?
No, literally, I've never met another Taiwanese person in this fucking group. I've met lots of black people, I've met lots of white people, some, Latine, but like I've never met another just Asian person, not Southeast Asian, Eastern Asian, the white people of Asian. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I fucking
that's weird to me because I'd be like, but you're the white people of Asia. Shouldn't there be more of you? But like,
no, I
then I think about it a little bit more. How much do East Asian countries actually appreciate art? Like weird art, not just the art that's co-opted by whiteness. How many of them actually care about animators and like the silly things? How many? Not a lot. At least
you
based on
know,
my experience in Korea.
weirdly though, animations is kind of like on the rise. The problem is a lot of them aren't localized for American audiences, so you don't really get that experience. Um, I've been watching a lot of 动画, which is Chinese anime, quote unquote. Um,
Have you, what was it called? Scissor 7?
yes, I've seen a little bit of that. I've also seen oh god, this one is fucking baller, and I'm so mad not many people have heard of it. It's called Fog of Fog of Five Hill,
Fog of Five.
Elements,
I'll
something like that.
write that down.
It's so interesting because the art style bangs so fucking hard. Oh, it's delicious. It's very rough paint brush strokes, and it kind of mimics like the old style of like India ink painting that China had, that I'm trying to
Oh
explain in
god.
English.
I forgot what the art style is called, but I remember that when I was in. I don't think it's the same art style that you're talking about, but I remember going to Japan and I read something about a specific art movement that happened in Japan. I either read or listened about it. Um, and it was just like about trying to capture the essence of something without actually
Yes,
showing it.
yes, yes. Okay, so that is exactly what I'm talking about. It's we call it sumi brush in English, but in Chinese specifically, we call it su miao. Uh,
Sun Miao,
su miao
Sun Miao,
miao.
Miao.
Yeah, su.
I'll work on it.
Yeah, whatever. Anyways, yeah, su miao. So basically, that translates to like using the energy of your body to convey the essence of something in minimal strokes on paper. So basically, like a lot of it focuses on minimalism, but capturing the energy and the gesture of things. And I think that's super interesting because a lot of, Renaissance or like French art is very focused on perspective, concreteness, realness.
You know what this art movement, this kind of specific like art movement reminds me of is, oh, I forgot her name, but there was this one person, I think she was like in the Midwest or the South. She was an American and she tried to capture beauty without using symbols. And that's kind of like what that's reminding me of.
Yeah, pretty much. So, like, the art style was based off of that, and that was really fucking cool. And again, yeah, back to the indie animation scene though. Most of the people I've met are white. That's no shade to them. It's just a thing, you know. But I did meet a lot of black folks too, you know, that kind of thing. But like, there are some black stories, there are some more westernized stories or whatever. But there's nothing really about Eastern culture. Um, there's the lovers that's more like Southeast Asian. Um, I think it's is it Malaysian or Singapore? I forgot. It's somewhere South Thai. Oh my god. Oh no, I can't remember. But the lovers is like specific central to Southeast Asia is my
Mm.
point. And that's great, and I'm glad it's getting a lot of attention. But then we also see a lot of stories that are feel good fantasy or something. It's really hard to find many stories that are very resonant with people, and this is going to be a very harsh thing to say, but for every diamond there is in the rough, there is about a million other rocks that just are lackluster. And people like to say support indie animation, but at the same point in time, a lot of people don't understand that this is a business and you have to sell to the consumer why they want to buy your product, you know? And that includes running Kickstarter. I'm tired of seeing people say, "Why don't I have the fan base?" And I'm like, because you're bad at selling it. No
Well,
one wants
I
to
I
watch
know
your
why I
stuff.
don't have a fan base. I don't have a
Well, that's because you
consistent
choose not
upload
to.
schedule. I don't tell people about what I'm working on. Uh,
Because to
Nobody's
you,
read
this
my
is a
fic.
hobby. To you, this is a hobby. This is a side gig. It's not like something you're like really, really pursuing. If you
And
want to put your mind to it, you can do it. It's just a lot of people in the indie animation scene are incredibly young or inexperienced. Everyone wants to be a chef, but not everyone can cook. And sometimes you should stay out of the kitchen. I'm just saying, man.
bye, Kylie. It was nice
But
seeing you.
yeah, you see what I mean though? Like that's just how it is. And it's an unfortunate truth and it's a very harsh truth. It's just a lot of fucking people just
Yeah,
come
I
on, man.
think I kind of recognized that pretty early as a kid, and me trying, because my parents were very much like, we want you to go into your passions, and I want you to grab that spark, and I want you to hold on to it, and I want you to make it something special that works for you. That's what my parents were like. And I was like, yes, I love animation. I love making animations. I want to do animations for the rest of my life. But please, for the love of fucking God, do not make me go to art school.
Yeah, no, literally, cuz like for me, right? I have an interest in a lot of different things. Like I said before, I'm rediscovering my interest in music, game design, robotics, other fucking things that people are like, "Whoa, that isn't typical, quote unquote, for like an artist." And I'm just more of a person who likes to invent and innovate on already existent concepts. So that's why it fascinates me when I do like visual effects or comp stuff, because like I get to figure out new techniques and how to streamline things, and it makes things so much like easier for myself and other people, but I just like learning. That's my main thing. And a lot of people, unfortunately, in any field really don't like to learn, and that's just something I feel like people don't like to accept the lows of something, and sometimes you're just gonna have to deal with it. There's gonna be bad times, and good times are not going to be permanent. and that is something that is a core part of my philosophies, and that's something I notice in indie animation is people say, I want to support indie animation. Great, then fucking do it. But they don't.
Yeah, I keep seeing people like, oh, I need to see better representation in media. Why doesn't this really big franchise have good representation? I'm like, that's because it's not profitable. Maybe you should look to the people who do this for free and give you that stuff for free and give them attention instead of paying money for people who don't care about you, but they never listen.
Yeah, no, that's literally my biggest problem is say people are also incredibly unaware of their internalized racism. Period. Um like flat out. Like I don't mean to make it like a race thing or whatever, but I see a lot more projects that are being headed by white people or whatever that or people that can be considered white at the forefront, and black creators are struggling to get some attention. But then I also see a lot of black creators get attention, like it's like second place ish, you know what I mean? Because I see like
Here's
a lot of
this
people
white guy,
supporting them.
and here's my runner up black person.
Yeah, 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 kind of. Basically that. It sucks, but it's basically that.
No,
And
I was that. I was literally that my entire high school. Like, I was the runner up. I was doing exceptionally in school, and I was always the runner up. I never had any of my achievements recognized, like in public. My teachers would always tell me, "You're a really smart student. You're a really good student. You're a really hardworking student." They never say it out loud. Never ever around other people.
the thing is, a lot of these stories also that focus on like identity or whatever don't go into the culture or the background of a certain character, and that's okay. Those stories can exist, but we also need to boost stories from people's cultures that are written by those cultures. And that's my problem right now is that yeah, no, Tally-Ho is kind of being boosted. People think I'm kind of in the big leagues or whatever. People know my name, but no one fucking actually supports anything, and I'm like, no, this
Yeah.
sucks, but like, nah.
When I found out that you were doing Tally Ho, and I was just like, "Oh, that's really cool. It's cool that you're trying to do that. I don't think you're gonna go anywhere."
Huh?
I hate to admit it, but like when I first found out that you were trying to make a show, I first went like, "Oh, your dreams are gonna get crushed." That was my first thought because I was thinking about specifically discrimination to in my head because like it's been drilled into me for so long where it's like you won't get you can try your hardest and people will actively not care, you
But
know.
that's the thing, right? And like that's funny because I even admitted that to you at some point where I'm like, I know I'm not going to be the biggest thing on the market, but I can sure as hell fucking try. Um, it's not gonna stop me. None of that's gonna stop me. Never is any of that going to stop me. And I just aspire to be the most chaotic fucking being. If somebody decides that I'm somehow not behaving like a proper Asian person, then I can just go and look at them and I'm like, do you see this face? Does it look like I can be ever proper to you? I'm sorry, but like, no, no,
Yeah,
no.
that was me to my mom cares about my appearance a lot because you know she's like, I'm worried about what people might do to you if you get too loud. I'm worried about what might happen. I'm worried for your safety. I'm like, I will never be safe. Ever.
Yeah, yeah. So a lot of people end up just kind of like again, there's so much focus on activism in like BIPOC shit that I understand that we have to support black creators and indigenous creators and whatever, but I don't like the fact that the sole focus has become them. And it's very performative, if that makes
It,
any sense.
yeah, they don't. The I don't know how to describe it, but
It's so hard to
it's
describe,
it's
but
like
like,
actual. I It's like they're co-opting us. They're not seeing us. We're just props
yeah,
for them.
yeah. So like really it's become like the original conversation was to have equity for all. I just don't like that the conversation has become, but if we help black people first and only them, then everything will change the system. If that makes any sense.
See, because like I said, I'm not really in the scene, so I don't see it, but like I think I get it in a
But
sense
you
where
kind of
like
understand
people,
where like
yeah, they're
people
not
fetishize
trying
and
to make
antagonize you,
it
but not
they're not
necessarily
trying
respect.
to make it democratic. They're trying to find a new leader.
In a way, yes, but also in a way, it's we're just going to pretend that we're nice. We're only going to accept you until we don't.
Mhm.
It's very much that kind of mentality. And that's what I'm also seeing like in the indie animation space sometimes is again very harsh to fucking say because I love all my friends, but unfortunately, I feel like the focus is way too much, specifically on only white and black creators, and we're overshadowing other people. Again, there's a lot of voices fighting, but there are some series like Corrupted Memories, for example, that is created by a deaf artist actually, and that's really really interesting. And I want more stories to be focused on not neurodivergent
I especially
ableism.
want more physically disabled
Yes,
people. I want to
yes,
hear their stories.
yes.
I want to learn more about it because I know I have my biases against physically disabled people. I'm not going to lie. That's exactly why I want to learn more.
Fucking yes. Thank you. Oh my fucking god, you get it. Now we're cooking with fucking grease. This is what I'm talking about. So, something interesting about Tally Ho that I haven't mentioned, a lot of the world building is focused on how um the social wealth gap can affect ableism and encourage it because the structures in Tally Ho, a lot of the poorer areas don't have good accessibility. And this was based off of my time living in Baltimore, where like there's a lot of disabled people living there, but they're all so fucking kind. They're so nice. They help each other because they know the society they live in won't help them, and that's very unfortunate. But it's so inaccessible for people who are disabled. Like there are just stairs everywhere, but no ramps, and you're not allowed to touch a lot of the buildings because they're quote unquote historical. So if you want to do anything with them, you have to shell out like $14,000 to even put a ramp, you know? And it just makes it so fucking hard for people who, are wheelchair users or cane users or whatever to even get around.
Can I
And
say something? Something that I noticed in the downtown area where I live. So there's sidewalks, right? You can walk
uh,
places, right? But because of all the roads and how things have been spaced out, it's really difficult actually to do it like consistently, like on a day-to-day basis. Like
mhm.
when I was walking home from work, I noticed that there was just this area where there was like a three-way intersection, right? And there was no crosswalk, there was no stop sign. There was just cars and cars and cars and cars crossing, 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 and I had to basically run in between cars, moving cars to get home.
Guess you'll fucking die. But
Yeah,
yeah,
and
so
I
that's
did that multiple times, and I was just like, holy shit, what if they're disabled people, people who are older who can't move as quickly as me? And like, there's like those timed sidewalks, and there isn't enough time. There's barely enough time for me, a very young, able-bodied person, to cross the street. What about the people who
Yeah,
can't?
pretty much. So like again, when I was living in Baltimore, I learned a lot about the people there, and I talk a lot to the people and like learned about like how they struggle and stuff. And since most of the community is also black, they also do have like racial issues that I learned about, which is really really interesting. I just enjoy hearing everyone's views, and they don't like performative activism at all, which most of my school was. And guess what? They're mostly people who can be identified as Caucasian or white. Whoopsie daisy. But at the end of the day, activism comes from the heart and not necessarily like I don't like the fact that a lot of performative activism comes from the fear of those groups anger, if that makes sense. The fear
Hmm.
of being seen as racist or something,
It's
because that
really
just
funny because like the people who get most offended by the N-word aren't black people. Now that's some fucking shade that I had.
but yeah, no, like seriously. With a lot of like performative activists and stuff, they're just scared of being seen as racist or whatever, which is still othering a group and not necessarily respecting and treating them as an equal. And that's just something I don't like about a lot of people. And again, so rounding back to the other thing, in Tally Ho, a lot of the lower rundown areas are very inaccessible, no stairs or whatever. Well, not no stairs, no like lifts and stuff, and people have had to scrap together methods to help themselves. But a lot of the people in those areas are disabled because they are unable to work, they're unable to really, they are marginalized, or they're not able-bodied enough to work to have a stable income. They don't get any help from the government, and they just they have to do what they can to survive, if that makes any sense, and not
Hmm.
necessarily like, yeah, they can't really live. But there's a larger population of like of disabled people in the poor area because they are poor. They are in poverty because they can't afford
Yeah,
a
and
life.
a lot
That's
of
really
those
upsetting.
things that would prevent people from getting injuries that could cause physical disability are kind of gated off by money. And it's not even just like, oh, medical care
Mhm.
costs. It's like the infrastructure that you live in. You need someone has to pay money to make it better and stuff like that.
Prosthetics.
It's just yeah, prosthetics, and you have mobility aids, and you have canes and everything. Like
So
even fucking glasses.
yeah. So literally, but as you go up in Ringford in the more like richer developed areas, the funny thing is, despite the politician there, Salem, the governor being a governor, he has some morally questionable things. He has actually done a lot to like have better accessibility there. So like the more you go up in Ringford, in the more richer areas that are the newer developments, which are more expensive, there's a lot more accessibility because there was thought put into the design and not thrown together by some founder that thought, yeah, we can just do that. So like, mm, you know. And as you go up, obviously, more people have the fancy tech to supplement themselves. And unfortunately, disability also kind of becomes a bit of a commodity in some ways where people will replace their arms or something with cybernetics, but not actually understanding the stress it puts on your body, if that makes any sense.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, no, but like the people who actually do struggle with that kind of stuff, like I'll give an example. Meryl. actually, this is kind of a weird little secretive thing. She is actually disabled. She doesn't have an arm and a leg. Those are prosthetic, but they're hidden under like gloves and stuff. And she does experience phantom pain, which is not something commonly depicted in media. And I do actually intend to add characters that are blind or deaf, um, or other things. 'Cause it's just one of those things in
I
general that
thought of playing, I've been thinking about the idea of making a mute character, but I was just like, I want to learn sign language first.
there is a show I'm working on with a mute character named Rune. Very cool. Um, but yeah, no, I write a lot of mutes as well, and in general, like, again, we need to see more disabled rep and not just mentally disabled, because we have a lot of stories about like autism or ADHD popping up within like the indie animation community, but not a lot of people.
You know
um
what I'm going to say?
what
More people with psychosis, more schizophrenics. Let's get the
I'm
real
totally
crazy
fine
people
talking
in
about that
here.
too. That's the thing.
Let's get
Because
the
like
real crazy people in here, like me.
no, because honest to God, I haven't actually mentioned this to many people, but Arthur has experienced psychosis in the past before.
Hey, no wonder
Yeah.
Arthur's so fucking relatable to me. Literally, when you were describing Arthur's situation, I was like, literally funnier as a system.
Fucking dies. But yeah, no, like a lot of like they experience a like psychosis and stuff like that. I originally had them have schizophrenia. I decided against that because it just didn't fit with what I was writing for. I gave the schizophrenia to a different character though. Um One of my characters struggles with DID. I have just a lot of fucking things and a lot of fucking thoughts, and I'm sick of just seeing autism ADHD rep. I'm also sick of just seeing black people rep. We need some indigenous folks in here. We need some other fucking folks. Come
I
on.
feel like we need to see more intersecting identities specifically.
Literally. Like, I just don't like the fact that the fight in general has become specifically
Oh,
between
yeah,
our
man.
identities and learning from each other.
You know, like my situation, like my mental health situation's really fucking confusing, so I can't really label anything I'm going through. And
Mm.
that's that's another thing for me. It's like there's there's always a fucking diagnosis, and it's just like sometimes there isn't an answer. Sometimes you can't go to a doctor. Sometimes you've been so fucked over by medications, you're too tired to get help. The quote unquote good help. Because the only thing that has ever helped you so far has been your friends.
Yeah, no, literally, because therapy is fucking expensive and shit, and that's also touched upon in telehealth and stuff of like finding coping mechanisms that work, that isn't like an immediate jump to a solution that's temporary, if that makes any sense. Um, Nipping the problem like at the root, and like nipping the problem at its bud and at its root, and not necessarily just temporarily just cutting off the weed and it regrows, that kind of thing.
It's
Um,
the you're in a garden and you're getting other people to help you with the garden and you're helping other people with their gardens. And
yeah, pretty
you
much.
might
And
not
you're
know
also,
what that weird plant is, but you do know that it's not supposed to be there.
and sometimes you have a poisonous plant or a stubborn root in that garden, and sometimes you can't do anything about it. You try to pull it out, it grows back. So you just embrace it, you
That's when
know?
you grow a tree, a shade around it to discourage it from growing further.
And yeah, that's basically it. It is just accepting your flaws, but like, not. It's so hard to explain that because like even that has nuance when where people are like accept your flaws, but like really it's more deep. It's accepting and recognizing that you can't change your core flaws, but you can acknowledge that people will clash with those flaws and clash with your morals, and you
Um,
don't have to be friends with everyone.
the way that I'd phrase it is like, there's going to be things that aren't comfortable for other people, and you're never going to be able to get rid of them completely. And I'm kind of reluctant to like label them as inherent flaws because I feel like every flaw has like a version of it that's helpful. It's kind of
Yes.
learning how to make your flaw a thing that you can accept and a thing that you can utilize to help yourself.
Yes, but your flaw is a strength, and your strength can become a flaw depending on your mental wellness, your mental illness, and other fucking things. Because again,
Exactly.
stubbornness is seen as a negative, but it's also determination, ambition, the reluctance to give up on something, including hope. Um, and it's just always like stuff like that. And like again, a lot of that stuff needs to be talked about. We don't see a lot of that. We see a lot of simple stories being thrown out. Not that that's bad,
I
but
want
there's a lot of people that
I
talk a
want a
big talk and
buffet.
don't walk
I
the walk.
don't want another McDonald's.
Ugh, yeah, pretty much. And
I
that's
have
the
worked
problem
at
I see
McDonald's.
too.
I had enough McDonald's.
And like I'll say this right now, but like there are some super popular shows out there and whatnot that are like indie that just I feel like you're just doing everything else corporate is doing, and I don't see the point of even being independent anymore. And it sucks to see that kind of stuff because when you're doing independent, you should be doing it for yourself and for a reason that you cannot go to a network, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, exactly. Because, like, if you're in it for the money, you're just going to be really, really angry, mad, and disappointed. And just, there's nothing wrong about being into something for the money, but, like, this is not it. This ain't it, Chief.
Yeah, no, because I need people to understand that their stories might not necessarily make them money, but they should fucking write it or do it because they have something they feel is necessary to share
It,
or express themselves
I
with.
said this before, and I know it's really, really fucking harsh, but, like, if you love it, don't make it your job. For the love of God, don't make it your fucking job.
Yeah. But like yeah, that's kind of the thing with like Tally Ho is I know I'm never going to be able to go to a network for it, but I can circumvent the way people think using psychology basically. So Adam is a vampire. People often mistake them for a boy, and then I say they're non-binary, but here's the fucking thing. It gets people mad in a way. But they're also a vampire. They're not human. So is there something to be mad at? Or are you slowly understanding that they are actually transgender? That is a part of their story. And yeah, they
Be coddling the non-minority audience. Here, it's a little monster. It's definitely not about queerness. No.
fucking yeah.
Gotcha,
But like
bitch.
no. But yeah, no, for me, it's like it's that, and then there's like the fact that I embed so much of my Taiwanese culture into it that I'm just like, and then the storyline itself, I'm never gonna be picked up by a network ever. They're gonna censor and wipe out the fuck out of my story, and it's just going to lose its message. And at that point, I just don't even want to write it.
hmm
I have always been against censorship, and I still am, because censorship at the end of the day is misused to silence people
Yeah,
by the ones in
I kind of explained this before in a server for a comic that I was following, but I was like, I don't think there's any situation, literally, I don't think there's a single situation on Earth in which censoring something is beneficial. And I'm talking about even the most heinous thing you can think of. Censoring it won't help anyone. My solution for that is criticism. We have the tools to make criticism, and we should use it. Do you want to know what the first thing people censor? Criticism.
Oh no. But yeah, no, it's literally just that. And like in general, censorship doesn't help anyone, blah blah blah. But also I believe if there really is a bad book, just get people to stop reading the bad book and read the good ones, you know?
Yeah, it's literally that simple. Like, oh, what about this stuff and that stuff? And I'm like, well, if you want to stop people doing something that is destructive and causes trouble, you should actually convince people that it is destructive and causes trouble. Oh my god, what a
And
novel concept.
this is more of my rant on the indie animation scene too, but there are a lot of people who want to talk about mature adult topics, but they fucking don't know how to write it. And I'm like, please, no, get away from that.
That's
Don't.
that's kind of my worry is because like I do this the fanfic that I'm writing. I'm gonna put a lot of myself into it, but I'm also putting like things that I haven't directly experienced, but like things that I have heard other people talk about their experiences, and I somehow, I don't know how, because I don't think, at least I don't remember me going through these things sometimes, but it sounds like something that like I felt, sometimes.
I don't think there's anything really to worry about with that because you're coming at it with the perspective of it's yours and yours only. I'm talking about people talking for other people. So, like Zootopia, for example, right?
Yeah.
It was clear that that wasn't written by people who knew what they were talking about and writing a message that's incredibly watered down. And like it's a decent story, but it's not a good message or comparison to a real life scenario, if that makes any
You know what?
sense.
You know what I'm gonna say? Moana too.
Yeah,
Moana was like that too.
yeah.
Especially when you see, I don't know if they were trying to depict Pele, but volcano. It's like, no, Pele would not do that.
For
Pele
me,
is
Moana
not like
was
that.
simply a fantasy story, you know? It's also Disney. But oof. Anyways, fucking yeah, there's a lot of people in independent animation that don't know how to write or they don't know how to do certain fucking things. For every good project out there, there's a million bad ones, and it sucks because I don't like how competitive the scene has become. Suddenly, there's like a million projects that sprung up out of nowhere, and it's hard because now everyone is viewing each other as competition rather
It's
than
that
actual.
individualism,
Yeah.
it always goes back to that. It's like when you're bought into the myth of individualism, you start seeing people as competition instead of people who could help you. And that's that like you said earlier, a lot of these projects they have similar themes and stuff. You could easily combine them together and make something even better, you know?
There's that, but also they can have their individual stories and projects, but just accept the fact that y'all can like support each other anyways, even if you have a similar idea. Because at the end of the day, there's no such thing as an original idea, but original execution is something I believe in because at the end of the day, art, style, And whatever it is, writing comes from you, and only you can express the message that you want to tell in anything.
That's
Period.
why I'm like everything should be public domain. Everyone should be able to take it and modify it because like you see those memes and shit where like you take it out of the original context of the story and stuff and it becomes something completely different even if it's just like they literally just added different text at the bottom. You know, it's like there's so many fun weird ways to mess with things that is quote unquote lazy that we're not allowed to do because it's quote unquote not transformative enough.
Yeah, so back to like what I was saying about like the indie animation community. So we see like a million like different fucking it's like walking into a bookstore and then looking at the bookshelf and you know pretty much all of them are fucking shit except you see a notable name and you're like, oh yeah, I've heard they're good. You pick it up, you read it, or you look at something that looks genuinely interesting that it was by someone you've never heard of, and you're like, oh shit, that's actually really good, you know and then there's a bunch of them that are just fucking shit that you're like, why, how, where, what, and that's basically like the indie animation community, right?
For
It's
me, it's like that's like kind of like just the way that art is. But I think the
pretty
problem
much.
is that um, they they're taking it too seriously.
But that's also the issue too, is that in independent animation, specifically, it's independent for a reason. I just don't like the fact that people are treating it like a competition, like I said before, but also the fact that people are definitely only supporting the stuff that they're familiar with, but they're not supporting something that could genuinely
Ding ding
be good.
ding. They're
So,
treating it like an investment and not a passion.
well, it's not even just that. They're treating it as an investment because at the end of the day, it is their money, but like they're treating I don't like the way people view investment, if that makes any sense.
I mean it like in a how should I say it?
People want comfort,
Yeah, I'm
period.
saying it like they don't want to evolve. They just want more of the same. They just want to they don't want to engage with media. They want to consume. They want to eat. They
Yes.
want growth. They want more. They want more. And I'm like I'm a very big advocate for degrowth and I kind of add that philosophy to art too. We don't need more. We can scale down our projects. We can make these things smaller and more manageable.
No, literally, because here's the thing. I read a Tumblr post a while ago, and this is how I feel at this point. You don't need to get better at art. If you're comfortable at your skill level, fuck it. It's your hobby. You don't have to improve if you don't want to. But you shouldn't also be selling a product based on based on your values and your values alone.
No, no,
If that
no.
makes sense.
Here's what I'm gonna say. You shouldn't be selling a product if you don't want to.
Literally. No, literally. People should not be able to take that option away from you, but also you shouldn't be selling a product that focuses on your values and your values only. And that sounds a little confusing because it's like, what do you mean by that, show?
If you're
Here's
making a
what
product, you're making it for other people. It's not for you.
first of all, it's kind of like that. But also, why the fuck are you just making the owl house again? You know what I mean?
Like,
That's what I
it's
mean.
why not make an Owl House fan fiction?
Then just make it like yeah, I just don't like the fact that there's copycats or there's whatever and then there's such a focus on like consuming what is familiar and comfortable for people and
I
this is
think
just
that
the
goes
fault of
back
social
to
media.
what you said about a lot of the people being young, because like when you're younger,
Yeah, yeah.
you're more your art is more influenced by the things that you like, and
But also at the same time, people don't like to feel uncomfortable because of the way we have shaped society to think.
Hmm.
That is where we're at right now, especially with the growth of social media and, the generation of iPad kids and stuff like that. We are purposefully censoring vital information to them that it's okay to be hurt and it's okay to
That's
feel
that's
upset.
another thing that being on Tumblr has made me realize. They were like, "Hey, yeah, we want the NSFW back. Give us our NSFW back." And you know what the thing is? Like, people were talking about the actual statistics, and like, they had, Tumblr used to be the place that you would go for that kind of adult content, right? And, you also know that there's a bunch of teenagers that were using Tumblr. And the actual statistics is that most of the people were there specifically to see that adult content, and very, very few people actually saw it if they didn't want to.
Hmm. So yeah, it's just one of those things where a lot of creators, especially indie and whatnot, they're just telling a story that could be told anywhere else, and I don't see the point of making it independent. If you want to support something that is a project that you believe in personally, or like a investment, quote unquote, look for the stuff that you know can't be made by a company, if that makes any sense at all. This is like the same thing when somebody
Hey
plants a
guys, that's
seed
your cue
investment.
to look at Shou Tuzi's Ko-Fi, or whatever you use.
Oh fuck. Oh no, I've been perceived. Oh shit. Oh fuck. But like, yeah, no, like in general, there are a lot of people like people are also using Patreon completely wrong and it makes me fucking upset. Patreon and Kofi, that kind of thing. Sometimes you can support a project, yeah, but like a lot of the time those are like strictly for you want to support the people behind it and not necessarily the project itself, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I get that completely. I actually kind of like that kind of method, actually, in my opinion, because
That's why I'm
for
all in
me,
content.
for me, like I mentioned before about my whole anti-copyright thing, another big reason why I'm so anti-copyright is the idea that if I don't finish the thing, someone else will pick it up and finish it, you know? And I'm like, that's kind of like why I like the idea of supporting individual people, to make that kind of stuff, because sure, yeah, you might not get the project, but you'll get all these little seedlings, these little diverse things that will infect someone else's brain, and that person's going to make the project.
If you never finish your story, that's a shame, but somebody else can be inspired by that, period. And it again, it's just one of those things. I see a lot of indie creators, they don't want to admit that they're not special. That's a big fucking thing. I'm sorry, but you're probably the millionth person to tell something that's similar to Harry Potter. You know what I mean?
Oh god, I don't want another Harry Potter.
I don't either.
I
But
never was interested in Harry Potter. I don't understand why people went so crazy over it.
I mean, I used to be a Potterhead, but that's also because I like some aspects of it, but a lot of it, I recognize the
I
problems
tried
with it.
reading it and I got bored.
Yeah, no, if you read it as an adult, it's fucking like dog shit.
No, I
But
was like 12.
yeah, that's still like a teen. It's not your demographic. I read it when I was in second grade, so it fascinated me. But at the end of the day, like I found some of the plots or characters intriguing, and then like eventually it just got messy, and I
I
just never picked it
used
up
to
again.
be a Warrior Cats fan, and anyone who's familiar with Warrior Cats will know worst fucking book series on the planet. They literally made a special edition book where one of the characters gets groomed, and it is presented as if it is completely normal.
We love it here. But yeah, that's kind of my point is that we see a lot of these kind of stories or people treating each other like competition, but like at the end of the day, you're not fucking special. Like it's really hard to say that because I feel so mean saying
Because it
that.
sounds like the snowflake thing, but it's like every, ev I don't know how to say this. Every American, and I'm gonna say every American because I don't think it's even just specifically a white person thing, but every American wants to be super special and interesting and cool, but none of them want to be the fucking weirdo.
I'm trying to find something because like it reminds me of a specific like lyric from like one of the Will Wood songs. Um fucking if it's true that a snowflake only matters in a blizzard. That was like a really interesting line to me, but like yeah, here's the thing. If you're a snowflake amongst literally a blizzard, you're not fucking special really. Like you're just going to get drowned out, you know? And there's a lot of ways to interpret that
You
lyric,
want to
but
be that snow in July.
ugh. But like in general, a lot of people they think they're special. They're really not. Sometimes you're just creating a story that's self-indulgent and
Please
that's
make an
okay.
AO3 fanfiction.
Yeah, don't drag other people into it. And there's also again people who want to do transformative work or transformative in the way of like changing the structure and experimenting with something like
Bing bang
myself.
boom, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, like myself, because I do like a lot of experimental work and stuff, and like figuring out something that works for an indie pipeline because I actually study a lot of how film productions work and TV productions, and I don't like the TV production pipeline. But that's a different story. So I'm trying to like kind
We
of like
support
find
the
a nice.
strike here.
Yep. So that's why I'm kind of trying to figure out like a nice balance between the two
I'm
and
thinking
just
this
work on my own thing.
when this becomes a video, this is probably going to get demonetized, but
Oh well. Um I speak the truth. Anyways, fucking like again, I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but it's just one of those things where people just need to accept if they're making not making something special and just making something that's self-indulgent, you
they
know?
hated
And it's
Jesus
okay.
because he spoke the truth.
Buh. But yeah, no. And again, a lot of people don't want to admit that they're not special and that their stories are mediocre at best.
I
And it's not that those stories don't have a right to exist, it's just really hard to find the really good ones.
it I find it funny that we're saying this and then our sodas just look like the wildest fucking shit.
Yes, because look, that's what I value is individualism and in the
I
general sense
don't.
of no, not like that. Individualism in the sense of self-expression. Just being fucking cringe. You know what I mean?
Cringe is freedom, cringe is life, and
Yeah.
cringe
So
is my family.
individualism not necessarily in the sense of functioning as a society, but individualism as the sense of understanding yourself and accepting yourself and not letting other people define you, but learning and from respecting other people and learning from them and accepting them too as they are.
Hmm.
That's basically my view. And like again, a lot of people don't want to do that. A lot of people are like, "No, you're wrong. We're going to fight the system." And I'm like, "Sometimes you just fucking can't."
Sometimes the best way to fight the system is to just live with your friends.
Oh, look, civil disobedience. Anyways, yeah, no,
Okay,
there's a lot of different fucking things. But yeah, that's
okay.
basically on it.
I was going to ask something more business related, but honestly, I don't care anymore. Like I wrote this when I was more like, oh, I want to do art stuff, but nah. I'll just skip over those boring questions. Have you ever seen the animated film Paprika? What stood out to you the most in the movie if you did?
Okay, so I've only seen bits and pieces, but I love Paprika. What stood out to me the most
You
was
have to
actually
watch the full movie. You
was
just
not
have to.
necessarily the visuals, but the music.
Yes, yes. I love the music from Parade. I remember first coming across it from an animation map when I was young, like really young, and I was just like, I thought it was Russian at first. That's, I thought it was Russian at first,
Fair, dude,
but
but like, I do like that artist's music.
when I got
Um,
older, I was just like, holy shit! Like every time I listen to the song Parade, I just it's it takes me back. I get transported. I get visions. I I get visions when I listen to music, man. I get visions.
that song can make you hear and see and smell colors. I don't know how, like, but it sure does. You know what I'm saying? It feels like a NASA trip.
Yup.
Anyways, like Paprika, that's the thing that stood out to me the most. Sorry, there was a fly crawling on me. They're dead now. Uh, Paprika.
I feel like I'm
Uh,
gonna have the best fucking sleep in my life after this.
yeah, but like the interesting thing is, um, Paprika came from a book that was incomplete
That makes a
because
lot of sense, actually.
the entire book is literally the author saying, "I had a crazy dream," and it just wrote about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That
Yep. So like
reminds me
the
of
whole thing is just
LSD
like that.
Dream Simulator.
So like literally the point of Paprika is that it's just there, you know? Sometimes shit just doesn't have meaning and you just want to make cool looking things.
Sometimes you have to make the meaning.
Pretty much. And like there are some scenes in Paprika that genuinely have meaning behind like the artist's intention and whatnot, but like not necessarily the author's intention, if that makes any sense. Because it is animation that is an art.
Okay, here's my next big question that I kind of alluded to earlier. What aspects of your spirituality and religious beliefs directly influence your work? I'd love to see
Starts
your
playing
answer
Curb
for
Your
this.
Enthusiasm. Anyways, uh clown shoes moment, but yeah, no, I'm very open about it. I don't hide it and I don't push it onto other people. I have a very lax view on it, but I fucking hate the concept of organized religion that everyone should follow this one true path because at the end of the day, spirituality and religion are your own paths to take and learn. Like
And
it
sometimes you don't.
it's such an individualistic journey though. Like it's just
It's in it like my parents said to me when I was young. Religion and spirituality are extremely personal things, and nobody gets to decide what you do with it. Nobody. And
and yeah. So a lot of like my mishmash of things comes from folk tales that my mother used to tell me about Taiwan or like these beliefs and stuff. Like I didn't become more Buddhist Taoist until I was older and I was living with my mom, but when I was younger, I was in a Christian preschool, but it never resonated with me. I don't know why, but like
I
I would I would read books about Greek gods and stuff, and I was like, that makes more sense to me, like polytheism and stuff. And I would also have weird, crazy dreams that my dad would just be like, "Shrug, it's just a nightmare. Go back to sleep, kiddo." And then my mom would be like, "Oh, actually, it has meaning. This is what it means." And then like because of that, I felt more comfortable.
Okay.
And over time I started becoming more of a messenger of gods and stuff. Like, I've had angels come to me in my sleep and just ramble the most weird shit, and I'm like, "Do you think I can understand? Do you think I can read what you're writing? I can't read any of that." Because they speak a language called Heaven's Tongue. But, you know,
Angels will be like,
no,
you'll
literally,
just,
'cause,
you'll just have to sit there and listen to it.
no, literally, 'cause, the best way I can fucking describe it is, like, they're forming coherent sentences, but, like, it's garbled. It's like, and I'm
That's
like,
so
"Damn,
fucking
boy."
weird because that's literally exactly what I was doing in my story, where like there's like this character which they're not like they're not like anything like special. They're not like a deity or anything, but they are practically the main character is like guardian angel, but the main character can't tell what she's fucking saying.
Yeah, pretty much. So, these angels sometimes come to guide me. My ancestors have come to me to guide me before they passed on, and, when I turned 18, I had a huge spiritual awakening. They just decided it's time. And I just constantly had dreams about gods just saying hi to me. They're like, "Oh, we've watched you since you were young and grew up, and you're like, I'm so proud of you and I'm so proud of like the growth you've been doing." You know, that kind of thing. And they're very personable, but like you can still tell there's a sense of distance, but they are treating you with care as a guardian. And a lot of those times, my prayer also tends to involve giving those worries to gods and stuff so I can have a little bit of a weight off my shoulder and have some guidance in some way. And a lot of my stories revolve around that. The concept of there are multiple religions and gods, and they just find their own path to a person. And sometimes some people get chosen, some people choose their paths, you know? Um, and in general, like, especially with like Buddhist Taoism stuff, like, it's completely changed the way I recognize storytelling. Because now a lot of my stories are like, yeah, incomprehensible fate, fuck yeah. And nothing in life matters, and that your fate isn't solid. Destiny isn't really a fucking thing. It can be a thing, you don't have to pursue it. Um, and life is just incredibly inconsistent. One of the best examples of this is Kill 6 Billion Demons. It is such a good story, but it's also very, very like positive nihilistic. You can't change the fate of everyone, but you can change yours.
Hmm.
And that's just a lot of like my beliefs. And again, I've had a lot of dreams about angels or these beings. I've had dreams about hell. I've had dreams about fucking gods asking me to give them a shiny rock. Um, that's the best way I can put it. Um, I've had an Egyptian god come to me in my dreams, and that's like one of the only Egyptian gods I worship. The rest are like Buddhist Taoist pantheon. Um, and I've had,
You're confirming some of my theories that I've had where, like since I was like very little, where it was just
yeah.
like
So like
there
I don't have
every
like a
god exists.
yeah. That's basically what I believe. There's every god exists pretty much, and they don't take on the same form all the time. They take on different forms, whatever is more comfortable to the people that are living there. Because once again, you
Hmm.
wouldn't want to see a big buff Greek man who's white as fuck in India.
Yep.
That's just so yeah. A lot of my stuff is based on that, and then learning about the concepts of how each country viewed something. Like Yasuke, for example, in Japan was really really fascinating to me. because they didn't view him as a threat. They viewed him as a god because a lot of our gods sometimes are just straight up coal black, like inky black. And I am worried that some people are going to think it's minstrel shit because they have red lips. But no, they just look like that, you know?
See, I find that kind of interesting because I do see a lot of white people specifically looking at the ways that certain people draw black characters or like characters in general. And I don't, I know that racism is a thing in like Latino stuff, but whenever I've like visited Puerto Rico, there's always like there's these stores where we sell like things that are very specific to like the culture there, and you will see some dolls where the skin is completely black and you have red lips and stuff. It doesn't feel like a caricature to me though, because it just feels like a person. Like the same amount of effort put into making that doll as the other dolls, and I don't see much of a difference. And I feel like a lot of the stuff that gets missed out when we talk about quote unquote caricatures and stuff is that we always focus on the physical attributes. We don't actually focus on what the implications are.
Pretty much. And like again, we have a lot of gods that are like pure coal black, but it doesn't mean they're racist. They're literally like black. The color black. Not black as a black person.
Shadows.
They're just black. They're because we have like two gods called the black and white impermanence or Chie Baye, and Baye is a short stout guy who's just completely black, and then Chia is very tall and completely white. So they represent like,
Oh,
you know.
there's that dualism.
Yeah. So, you know, it's very clear what they represent. And I just am so afraid of drawing those two and being called racist because one of them is just inky black. And I'm like, "No!" Uh and again, we have also like gods that are
I
like
can
pure
be
red.
your token black friend in that
No!
situation.
No! I'm already an honorary black. You can't fucking change that.
Honorary black person, honorary. We're This conversation is reminding me of like how I was just like, are we just like, am I just like the mirror dimension version of you? Because like even listening to these beliefs and stuff, I'm like, oh dang, I feel like I'm like the mirror dimension of you. Like, you were talking about like how you had essentially a spiritual awakening, and like for me, it was kind of the opposite. Like when I was young, I was really like really Christian, right? When I was really young, I like tried everything to really become Christian, like really. And I was always sad because I felt like Jesus wouldn't talk to me.
Oh god. See, the
And
fun thing is about that is that because I was raised in a Christian preschool and stuff, and again, it never really resonated with me, but it was still indoctrinated in me, if that makes any sense. So like I had to like learn basically way later on that wait a second, that moral high view that I have is just secretly a Christian indoctrination that I suffered from Catholics and shit.
exactly. So that's kind of like how where I'm at with my spiritual stuff, where it's like, wait a second, I don't need to believe that.
Pretty much. That's why like a lot of my beliefs are kind of like from all over the place. Like specifically, there are some practices in my shit that are kind of really archaic. Um, okay. I'm going to explain something that's a bit of like a weird thing, but we have something So we have a lot of spirits in Taiwan. One of those things apparently is quote unquote the fetus ghost, and it happens when a woman miscarries or aborts children. So abortion is kind of frowned upon because you'll have a little haunted fetus watching over your shoulder. And I feel like that's so unfair,
But what if
you
the
know?
fetus
What are,
is a good one?
but also, yeah, exactly. At the same time, what does that mean? You know? Like, what are the circumstances that they will appear? Does that make any sense? Because, like, I questioned my mom on this, and I was like, what if somebody needed to abort the baby because it was a medical emergency? What about if, they were assaulted and they it's traumatizing? And then my mom had to stop and think, and she's like, huh, I guess you're kind of right about that.
But
You know?
for
So,
me, it
like,
was just like, not all spirits are bad. So for me, when I immediately
ah,
heard that just now, I was like, hey, what if it's there because obviously, if you're going through a miscarriage or have to go through an abortion, no matter the circumstances, it's always a very difficult thing as a person to experience to have to
yeah,
do that. Like,
but the way my mom was describing it was like supposedly they're evil. Ooh, they suck out your energy, and I'm like,
isn't that what
okay, but
actual babies do?
exactly. I was like, okay, fetuses literally fucking drain you, but okay. Anyways, yeah, no, there's just a lot of that kind of stuff that some myths and folklore are clearly there to control women or control a narrative, but they're not necessarily the spirit of it, and they're just neutral. Um, and like for me, demon is a word that's used to describe a various amount of like monsters and shit. They're not necessarily evil. So that also kind of changes in my storytelling because we don't actually see a lot of Buddhist Taoist hell in American storytelling. A lot of it is Christian hell. Yeah.
Yeah,
The seven circles and shit. There's two very popular hell shows right now that I won't name, but y'all know that it is Christian hell. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but
bing bang boom.
it's just, a different worldview than what I have, and I don't see a lot of myself and my culture represented. We do get like an occasional Taiwanese cameo, but not anything that goes in depth. Like I said, it feels like I'm a shame to the public, but people support me in private.
Literally me.
You just like me for real.
Just like me for real. We're bug buddies. Bonk.
So like we just have like a lot of things I feel like that are unique, but also I don't accept everything as a doctrine. I just accept everything with a bit of skepticism or interpret it in my own belief that I believe is healthier. That kind of thing. Um Again, I don't follow any organized religion, but like spiritually, like okay, philosophically, I actually am a mix of like Confucian beliefs, Taoist beliefs, and like a lot of different things. Because like the thing is, Kung Fu Panda is actually a great um and analysis into Confucian versus Taoist values and then finding a nice balance between them. Which is interesting because
Bingo. Yeah, I was literally thinking that at the time. I was just like, oh yeah, you're talking a lot about balance. I'm pretty sure you're thinking about that.
yeah, so like again, so like when I started accepting more of like the Taoism and learning more about that, I literally even have a tarot deck that's specifically the wisdom of Tao. And it's very interesting because tarot reading in Asia is very different. Uh we also
Have
do something
you
called fate reading.
Have you ever seen or done anything involving trigrams?
Trigrams. Let me check. I am bad with names. Trigram. Yes, I have. Just not a lot. I'm familiar with it, but not a lot, not a lot. Um, a lot of my religious stuff involves deities or like eclectic practices. So I have written and done protection spells, bottles and stuff. Um, recently I've been researching folk magic. So fun thing, but actually, Taoism has several different paths. There's Red Taoism, which is the most common one found in Taiwan. Um, there's also folk Taoism and other types that I don't remember off the top of my head. But folk Taoism involves uh, repeating and telling stories of folklore, which my mom finds really interesting because I wasn't taught that. I just came into it naturally. So
I
she was
yeah,
completely shocked.
um that's something to me because like I feel like it's natural for us to like get into that. Like I feel like, for example, the furry fandom is literally just the modern permutation of like how everyone's ancestors was like, look at animals, look at what they're doing. That's a story, you
I
know?
mean, also, the jinn are super interesting in Islamic culture. But yeah, in general, like I came into my own beliefs without my mother actually guiding me. So that's why she was really shocked. She was like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, because here's an interesting thing: voodoo dolls are not necessarily just restricted to Vodun. And I think that's interesting because we also have voodoo dolls, quote unquote, but they're different. Um,
I know one thing that's like really big about black culture with our hair is magic. Okay, hair is powerful. You don't want it to get into the wrong hands. That's why we have a
mm,
lot of
yeah.
hairstyles with braids that keep you close to your scalp because you don't want an enemy group to get it because then they could do all sorts of magic with it that could hurt you
Oh, fucking
or your
boy.
family.
Yeah, yeah, that's why it's important to protect yourself. But also, we do have like the beliefs of like, certain people being born with certain energies. So specifically, like the year I was born and the time I was born, um, I am the year of the horse, but I am specifically a water horse, and I have yang energy instead of yin,
Wait,
which is unusual.
how do those details come about?
Hmm?
I know about like the zodiac animals, but where does the other details come from?
Okay, so the yang like yin and yang refers specifically to the time or date of your birth, and then the five elements, so wood, water, fire, earth, and metal, revolves around your birth year. So those are specifics of like your nature and what other things like it's more specific, and that's why I started looking into it. But specifically with yin and yang energy, the thing is yin energy people are more susceptible to negative energies or spiritual beings. So yang energy is more of a repel, like the sun. It's also more of a masculine energy, while yin is more of a feminine energy, which is why my mom was like, that's strange. But also, she just pretty much accepted the fact that I was non binary because she was like, yeah, because like I literally straight up told her, I feel like gender is just an incredibly mortal concept, and I see no point in it if we all shed our skin anyways. The end. That makes sense.
O-
Okay.
Okay, that kind of reminds me of the take of like Jesus being like this unnaturally like smart kid and just like disturbing everyone.
Yeah, pretty much. So I would like I just straight up told that to my mom. And here's the funny thing. But my mom was originally kind of a little bit like not understanding like trans people or whatever, but then I explained it to her in a way that she would understand it, and she's very accepting of it. For example, we have this belief that before reincarnation, you drink a bowl of soup. When you go through and there's like a woman, an old woman at a bridge, and she holds a bowl of clear soup, and you drink the soup, you forget all your memories, and you basically get recycled into a new soul. And some people don't finish drinking the soup, so they remember past remnants of their life. And so I explained to my mom, what if they just didn't finish drinking the soup and they were a girl in their past life and they want to transition to a boy because they don't feel like their soul fits? And then my mom's like, you know what? That makes sense. And she just accepted it.
I'll add that to my philosophy.
I just think it's funny because like it's just like bowl of soup. And again, she also accepts shit like DID and stuff because of this. Like I explained it to her in a way that she would understand it, specifically that the soul didn't finish reincarnation, so it got split. And that then she starts understanding it instead of like trying to like
Dismiss
it's
it.
very much don't fight the core beliefs of a person, just explain it in a way that they understand and accept it.
Yeah.
You know? Doesn't have to make sense, just has to make sense to you. That's
Like,
really it.
okay, so is there anything that you would like to tell your past self about your current situation?
There's one thing I cannot say publicly,
Okay, you can
but
DM that one to me.
I'm gonna DM that one to you. There's one that like it's like very specific advice. Uh, but the other one is you'll be okay. That's it. Just you'll be okay.
I thought so. Um,
Like you'll do all right, kid. You know that kind of thing. Very much. If I ever approach my younger self, that kind of thing. I don't feel like I can change their journey or trajectory. It's very much like I experience the past, present, and future at all times of my life. I cannot change what lies ahead. Well, I cannot change what is behind me, but I can change what lies ahead. And based on my decisions and actions, I can either move forward or stay in place. And that is just something I feel like my past self already understands. A lot of people have told me I'm a fairly bright kid and I learn really, really fast. So, really, I don't know what I would say to my younger self other than really, really obvious advice that I cannot say publicly, but also just you're gonna be okay. You'll make it. You're strong, you got this.
I think
You
I
might not
could
feel like
say
shit
that
right now, but like everything is temporary. You know, like, okay, I also had a really bad case of nihilism when I was younger, so I was like, nothing in life matters when. But then now I'm like, nothing in life fucking matters. Who fucking cares? We're gonna die one day, whatever. Live your
I
best life.
was I was a misanthropist, and now I'm still a misanthropist. But I'm a misanthropist who thinks humans are inherently good.
Yeah, for me, it's more like, I just kind of stopped caring. Like, I care for other people and about other people, but I do have strict boundaries my, uh, on the way I conduct myself and the way I view myself. And much like my mother, this is really funny by the way, but my mom literally I asked her, "Why do you date the people you do, that kind of thing. Why did you do that? And she was like, because I have incredibly high standards for myself because I'm valuable. There's only one of me, and I want to make sure my husband doesn't treat me like shit. And that didn't work out very well, but like she was forced into that, so I'm not gonna fault her. Um,
My parents, they just kind of clicked, and it's
no,
it's
my mom was
weird.
like, I didn't even want to get married. Straight up, my mom was like, I didn't even want to get married, but your grandma begged me, so uh, yeah. Um,
Yikes.
yeah. So there's that. But like in general, I would have just told my younger self, like, you're doing good. You know, you're doing better than you think. Um,
Don't let those people convince you that what you're doing isn't worth it.
well, I mean, they never convinced me anyways. Um, otherwise I wouldn't be here. It's very much like I've always had a solid sense of where I just lose the path a little bit. I would have just told myself like the very harsh truth of everything is fucking temporary, including happiness.
Yeah.
It's okay to be sad. It's okay to be upset. You know, don't bottle your anger, that kind of shit. Like I would have literally just told them, yeah, you're not gonna be happy all the fucking time, but you can sure as hell be happy for most of it.
Hmm.
Yep, that's just life. Ups and downs, and you just gotta take them as they come, and you cannot just fucking. It's okay to mope a little. It's just not okay to mope when you have so many people supporting you, and you continue to mope and are incredibly ungrateful for the things in your life.
Yeah. Um,
Yippee!
what are some important questions that you think the media coming out today isn't asking enough?
God, where do I even start with that one? I want media to stop fucking telling me what to think, and I want to think for myself.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
I
really,
feel it.
that's kind of a question, but it's also kind of not. But specifically, it's very like, how do you want to interpret this story?
So it's more of an issue with the way that people today engage with media than it is about the media itself.
Not really, actually. The way media presents itself is forcing people to interpret it a certain way. When stories should be interpreted in multiple different ways, everyone has different experiences with them.
So
Um,
basically, again, it's the issue with like the Western storytelling structure.
yeah, but like when it comes to like what questions media isn't asking, it's really hard to say because they aren't asking a lot of questions. They're answering them for us, which is a big problem. Um, and it's so hard to think of a question. But the
You
song,
know what I think the biggest thing is?
well,
I think the biggest question that the media isn't asking is what even is human, anyways?
hmm, that's interesting. A lot of, yeah, that's fair enough, honestly, because a lot of like older books and stuff do focus on humanism. Oh my fucking god, All Tomorrows literally is like the fucking tagline is like seize today, like it's like it's a very hopeful thing about humanity, but like seize all tomorrows, that kind of thing.
Hmm.
Um, but when it comes to like questions and stuff, the first thing that pops to my mind right now is the Oingo Boingo song, "Who Do You Want to Be?"
Mm.
And I think that's kind of important. Like, how do you want to perceive yourself? Who do you want to be? I feel like a lot of stories don't focus on the development of how a character is thinking, that kind of thing. Just they don't really get into the nitty gritty. They just get very
Yeah,
like basic shit.
they don't get as neurotic as I do.
Yeah, but also like the best way to describe it is there's not a lot of new adult media. There's young adult and adult media, but new adult is really interesting to me because it's specifically aimed at people who just became an adult and are specifically like
That's
reached.
literally what I'm trying to do is like the whole coming of age shit.
Yeah,
And
it's
like
specifically like
actually make it coming of age. Like coming of age is like, oh, you're 17 now. They don't actually get to the like you're 18.
yeah, that's what new adult media is. Like young adult fiction exists a lot in books, but we don't see the same themes presented on TV. But with specifically new adult is not really on TV at all, if any. But it's focused more on like day-to-day shit like, oh fuck, how do I get a job? I don't know how to get a job. Um, uh-oh. And
I,
then just figuring out and panicking how to fucking do an interview and shit, and you're like,
yeah, I want to make this story where it's like here's my baggage. Here's the baggage of my teen years, my early teen years. And now here's how that baggage is, how I dealt with the baggage. And then, oh, here's the stuff that I wasn't able to actually properly deal with because I was still a child. And how I'm dealing with it now.
my two taglines have always been making the fantastical mundane and also curating the weird and strange. So I just like really mundane shit sometimes in like fantasy settings, and then I also just like cultivating the weirdest fucking shit I can think of.
It kind of makes me think about Madoka Magica in general, because like they're doing all this crazy stuff, but then they're the stuff that they're fighting for is like really core wishes that you'd expect an actual teenager to make.
Mm-hmm. I feel like a lot of time like also like oh that's also another another thing I would love to say to my younger self is no one can write your story like you do, and you don't have to write a good story. Just do it.
Yeah. Okay, I have a few silly questions now.
Oh, let's go. The
Snails,
silly.
yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, if you could have any superpower, what would it be? Don't say cartoon physics. That's a loophole, and we both know it.
Fuck. That's really interesting. Um, honestly, teleportation.
All right. What's your favorite video game?
God damn it. I have so many, but right now, currently, it's God, one of the best games I've ever fucking played. Night in the Woods,
I still have to play that one.
hands down, my favorite.
Cats or dogs?
Fuck, I like both, but cats,
Okay.
black cats specifically.
I mean, you already kind of answered this, but are you a furry?
Not really.
Are you
I
Autism's George?
what?
Are you Autism's George?
Maybe.
What were you going to say about being a furry?
I'm involved with a lot of furries, and one of my friends
Obviously, you're on my YouTube channel.
one of my friends is also involved with really popular furries. So he just sometimes comes to me and just like tells me some like gay furry drama, and I just sit there like, okay.
Why should I
But
care?
I'm so detached from it, but also furry drama versus like real like IRL shit is so fucking wild to me. Cause like, you would have some random YouTuber do like a crime or whatever, right? It's just like, oh, they did a really bad take. Furries are like, yeah, this person committed murder and also like stole all of their fish and put it into the sea because they thought they were helping.
Yeah,
Just
it's
the
like
most
that.
wild shit. Like, yeah, that person fucking
It's
took a bunch
like
of
when you
fucking
were like,
samples
"Oh,
from
Forlon,
animals.
that person kidnapped a kid." And I was like, "What?"
Yeah, no, literally. So like it's like the most wild shit out there that I'm like, what? And it's fascinating to me as a person that I'm sitting back watching and eating
Yeah.
popcorn.
When
But
I
I
asked that
right.
question, I wasn't really asking, "Are you in for the furry fandom?" I meant it more like, "Are you a furry in the sense of like, do experimenting with anthropomorphic characters, anthropomorphic animals, and stuff like that, is that something that you think about a lot?"
Not really.
Okay, so I'd say no,
Like I
right?
said before, I'm not really that much of a furry unless you really consider Tuzi a furry, but
Yeah,
they're really
there's this thing where like you can tell when someone has just like just makes an anthropomorphic character versus somebody who's like actually a fucking furry making an anthropomorphic character.
no, like it's so obvious, especially if they have a specific fetish. It
Uh-oh.
shows.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it shows.
Uh-oh. But yeah, I was like, I saw Tuzi, and then I saw you draw Tuzi without the skull on, and I was like, oh yeah, you're not a furry.
Yeah, 'cause, like, people are like, "Are you sure? Because you're a hare," and I'm like, "I guess in the
I was like,
loosest sense of
no,
the word."
you're not, because Tuzi has a human-shaped head. No, that's not a furry.
Mm, I mean, kind of.
It
They're just
it has cheekbones.
technically, I guess, they're just void mouth. Um, but yeah, no, they're just kind of a creature, and I do like really unique furry designs, like stuff like a cockroach or the snail.
Is my
Prototype.
persona cool?
Yeah,
Hell
and
yeah.
there's really interesting stuff like that. So it's one of those things where if somebody considers me a furry in the loosest sense, okay, but I don't consider myself a furry, even though I do draw anthros sometimes.
Yeah, I never got the idea that you were a furry.
Some people just ask, and I'm like,
I've always said I'm a furry, but I'm not really in the fandom. That's
and it's weird
honestly
because I'm
what I
like,
am.
I'm not a furry, and I'm not really in the fandom. I'm just an observer of it.
You're in the you're like in the hotel across from the convention with some binoculars.
Yeah, except I know the deep lore iceberg, and it's kind of like a weird fascination with me.
Yeah, you're in the hotel across from the convention, but also one of your friends is with you to go to the convention to save on money or something.
No, he doesn't take me to the convention. I get
He
dragged out,
just, yeah,
but
he just
also
drags you in.
but
Oh,
also
you're
he comes
spying on
back and
them?
tells me
Yeah, let's
whatever the
take you
hottest,
right into the
juiciest tea
middle
is,
of the
and I'm just like, I
fray.
don't care. That's literally what it is like he comes back from the convention and just tells me the the fucking tea, and I'm like, I okay.
I didn't ask for that, but okay.
Yeah,
Kind of
no, not really.
situation.
And sometimes, I give advice and stuff, and it's fine, but like it's just really like, mm, furries are really dramatic people. I'm not gonna lie, especially the ones that are like super loud and super fucking fruity, if you know what I mean. Those people are always getting into trouble with each other. Don't know why. That's just how it is.
If I was a big channel, I feel like that would quickly apply to me, but I'm not. So,
Well, not really you. I'm talking specifically about people who make.
like
Hmm,
intentionally aggravating content to
I mean, not even necessarily that. Okay,
I don't know. I'm not really in the fandom either, and I don't have someone telling me about the latest fairy drama.
fucking pop you furs. They're always getting into shit.
I actually don't know who the Popufers are.
Exactly. So you're not in the shit, and you don't understand that. But the pop you fur dramas are like, what the fuck?
Batshit insane.
Sometimes. Yeah, no, literally. One of them was like literally just. I left my kid and husband and joined a groomer and his victim wife in a poly marriage, and you're like, what? You know what I mean? It's just some of the most weird, wild shit out there. And
I feel like
okay, are you aware of drag queen culture, like RuPaul's Drag Race, how they're constantly shading each
kind
other
of
and stuff
yeah.
and gossipy?
It's
That's
like that
how,
in the fandom, yeah.
yeah, it's very much like that, especially in specific sections of the fandom. So popufers or like
People who
LGBTQ.
follow said Popufers.
Just like, oh,
I think the biggest thing that I'd say about my qualms with the furry fandom is, damn, bitch, this place so fucking white.
no, Finn fucking knows. Finn fucking knows. Yeah, no, and also there's a lot of furries that are fucking racist and they don't want to admit it. But that's really like what I have to say on furry shit.
Okay, next funny question. There's a quirked up white boy dancing sexual style. Is he goated with the sauce?
Yeah.
What do you see
Well,
your
actually, no, wait, 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 wait. It
favorite?
really
What is it?
depends.
Depends on what?
It it depends on who the white boy is.
Okay, okay. Explain.
There is one person that isn't goated with the sauce, and I blink at you. Anyways, not you specifically, but like, yeah, some people don't deserve to be goaded
It
with the
says
sauce.
it's me. I'm the quirked up white boy.
No, not you. But like some people don't deserve to be goated with a sauce, but then other people I'm like, yeah, go white boy, go.
Go white boy, go white boy.
Yeah, go white boy, go. So I'm like fine with like everyone else. They're like, oh yeah, goat it with a sauce. But then some people are like, you're
You're
just
not.
dead face. Just no. Everyone stops dancing and just watches you and stares at you until you leave.
Oh, that one meme where it's like all the girls staring.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the next silly question. What do you see your favorite color being in the next 5 years?
Purple.
Nice. Do you like
It's
papayas?
purple. Yeah.
Where do you see yourself at the end of the world?
Shrug.
Why are you short?
I'm not really that short. I'm just kind of petite sized.
I'm average height. I'm just very average height. But
Yeah,
I
pretty
did
much.
make you small, so make up a fake reason.
I just wanted to be small today.
Yeah, facts. Alright, final three questions. Any words of advice for aspiring artists?
And I gave a lot of advice already. Fucking don't give up on your dreams and passions, but also acknowledge when you need to step back.
Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Literally.
Okay. Is there anything that you would like to talk about?
That I haven't already. I mean, I had good sushi today. Anyways, support my fucking shit on my socials. That's
Um,
pretty cool. I'm
do you
Skull
have
Hair
like a
Studio.
link tree or something so I can put it in the description?
Yeah, I'll fucking link you. But I have a link tree that's Skull Hair Studios, and you can find all my shit there. But also, never stop creating, never stop thinking and believing in what you believe in, but also change the world, my final message. No, not really. It's just really like it's so hard to articulate this specifically, but like people some people want to change the world. Some people don't, and that's okay. If you don't want to change the world and you just want to do what makes you happy, okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Not everyone can afford to be an activist nor want to.
Me.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the last question, and this is kind of more for like your input for me. Do you have any suggestions on how I can improve my interview process in the future? I
Get a
think we
better
both know it's going to be schedule for better.
schedule better, yeah, organization, get a better fucking mic.
I know. I I literally have like a donation goal on my Ko-fi right
But
now so I
also
can get a microphone.
learn how to articulate more clearly because you mumble a lot and it's hard to hear sometimes.
Yeah. My parents tell me that.
Nods. But yeah, there's probably other feedback that I could probably give to you, but like honest to God, you're doing pretty well. I like interviews. I
I
like
like
talking about my
talking.
beliefs.
I like
Just
hearing you talk too.
I mean, I like to think I'm somewhat interesting.
Somewhat more like very interesting. Very, very interesting. More like, I feel like you're studying me in a petri dish, but I got to do it to you today.
Mm. I mean, yeah, if people want to fucking study me in a petri dish, go ahead. I don't really fucking care. Um, I'm very okay. Do you know that picture of like Freddy Fazbear that says Fetty and it's just like him that's like a scrungalo?
Yeah,
That's
that's
me
you?
right now. Yeah.
Yeah. I
And I
think
just
we're both at the point where we're sleepy.
yes, but also yeah, no, I just exist. Really.
I'm an eepy little creature.
But yeah, if that concludes the interview, thank you for having me. Uh and you know, this was fun. If you do have any more questions, don't feel afraid to message me about anything.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we message each other a lot. Have a nice night. Wait, what was that?
My fucking soundboard.
Jump scare by a soundboard.
Thanks, bitch.
But yeah, have a nice night, and this was lovely. Thank you.